equipment quality control orders. My name is Navdeep Singh Pathania and I am taking care of low voltage switchgear division of EMA. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for the today awareness workshop on electrical equipment quality control orders for low voltage switchgears and control gears covered under 60947 series. Today we have gathered here to gain crucial insight directly from the Ministry of Heavy Industries (MHI), Testing Laboratories (CPRI), Bangalore and Bhopal, Electrical Research and Development Association (ERDA) Vadodara, UL Solution India, Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS), and from the EMA industry leaders. Our focus will be on understanding the QCO process, procedures, and we will be sharing the challenges and learning from the implementation of the first phase of QCO implementations, as well as we will be exploring the way forward to effectively address them. I am confident that today's discussion and workshop is going to be very interactive and informative. So without any further ado, let me introduce our distinguished panelists who will be sharing their insight and experience with us today. First, I invite Shri Nitin Rastogi sir for welcoming and setting the context of the workshop. Please give a big round of applause. Shri Nitin Rastogi sir, having a 34 years of experience in R&D, marketing, sales, product management, international business and strategic sourcing. He has worked in various national and multinational companies with exposure to international territories and UL product standards. At present, he is the National Head of Sales and Marketing at BCH Electric Limited. He is also associated with EMA as the Chairman of Low Voltage Switchgear Division, and his contributions are remarkable and leading icon in the implementation of the QCO, sir. We welcome you, sir. Kindly come, sir, for your remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this nice city of Bangalore. We guys coming from Delhi and looking at the weather and looking at the infrastructure. CPRI is remarkable and wonderful. First of all, I would like to, thanks and welcome all the dignitaries sitting on the dais. Mr. Gaurav Joshi ji, he's a Deputy Secretary from MHI, Ministry of Heavy Industry, and he's, spearheaded in the implementation of QCO. Then Mr. Satish Chatwani Saab, he has done all of the efforts coming from, he's a Director ERDA. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And then Salve Saab, not to mention his efforts and, granting of this space and facility and his a motivation words we had, 5-10 minutes before is really remarkable for our success in QCO. Nevertheless, now I would like to thank Mr. Anand Kumar ji for supporting us for this event. A big hand to him. And then Mr. Vasudev Murthy ji, who is instrumental anytime across the maybe the regions, whatever we have done here, is so supportive. And we will be also welcome maybe Mr. Chandrababu ji, Joint Director BIS. I think he's there. Thank you, sir, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. QCO is a buzzword today. We know what is happening, what has to be happen, and the future is little dicey. Okay, we'll talk about that. First of all, I would like to give a standing ovation to all stakeholders, including BIS, labs, private labs, any of the manufacturers, to give a very good applause to everybody and everyone who has done a wonderful job in implementing the phase one. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So what I'll do, I'll just quickly do a recap, for this QCO activity what we are having in earlier. This was set up in 2020, wherein Ministry of Heavy Industry wanted to have a QCO. The primary objective was QCO to have safeguard of the equipment, safety of the users, and implementation of the standards and upgrade the standards of our product line. So that was the intention, and this covers, as we talked about 60947, all the standards which are covered in that. Now, when we estimated the QCO, and we talked about, a couple of companies, maybe 8 or 9 of them, it was around 65 years of implementation. That was so, we formed a group. We thought of, putting it. BIS was very much instrumental in that. And when we talked about and settled together, it was like 4 to 5 years for implementation of this, and I'm very happy, and I really appreciate all our manufacturers also and EMA that the phase one was almost done in time. Maybe some exceptional cases were there, like still we are not there, but 70, 80% or 90% of the cases are true, and we were able to implement that phase one by 10th November last year. The challenge is more bigger now because the May deadline talks about all other standards, barring dash 2 about 630 ampere breakers and everything put together. So that's a heroical task what we have to see. Uh, uh, well, if I talk about, just to recap what has happened in the past, maybe I can just talk about days in the month, and we can correlate them with the new challenges what we have for closure of deadlines. Uh, we have to look into that. How do we do it? And ladies and gentlemen, this is the second workshop. First workshop we did in June last year in Delhi. Again, there was a lot of awareness which is coming in. We were having a lot of information shared by BIS and ministry, and labs were very open to whatever the suggestions and information they would give to us in implementation of QCO and simplifying the testing procedures and all. In November 20, this MHI released this order. From November 20 and November 23, there was a COVID also, and we did a lot of framework and discussion meetings, grouping guidelines, freeze guidelines, and all those stuff happened. Then it was in May 23 or June 23, actually formation of QCO happened, and the guidelines and grouping guidelines were released. And in December 23, we had a formal release of product manual for this QCO. Then April 24, Bhopal was also registered as a legal entity for doing the test under quality control orders. And then with all those things, we could appreciate ministry to extend this order to November 24 by 6 months or so. And the last leg, we finished all our licenses, and all the testing deadline was 30th September, which would help us in implementation of November deadline dates. Now we have to look forward. This forum is there for the participation of everyone inside this hall. We need to talk about, we need to get some ideas, some dedication, and the way forward, how do we do it? And though there were certain challenges, it's prudent to talk about them, because the learning what we had in the first phase, we should adapt that to speed up, accelerate the processes. Manufacturer has to apply the licenses on time, and then the testing authorities and certification body has to work a little bit faster than before, so that we could meet the deadline. And it is obvious, meeting a deadline is always like winning a battle. So a few challenges what we had, that there was some issue of accreditation of labs, and when the scheme time came in, the private labs could contribute in the testing for the PCO. Then there was some kind of shutdown happened in labs, and there was a little miscommunication between branches of BIS and other areas. So put together, there were certain challenges what we're talking about in our presentation when we give EMA presentation after post lunch. That's all. I'm here. We can have one-to-one session. We have got tea time, lunch time, interact as much as you can, so that we take away whatever the learning what we are having in this second workshop. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We again welcome to you for this QCO workshop 60947-2, and part including that in all the forums. We'll be talking about that and taking this as a way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Next, I invite Shri Gaurav Joshi, sir, to kindly come up on the podium. Shri Gaurav Joshi, he is a gold medalist of Masters in Engineering from Pune University. He worked in various countries in Europe, US, and in various senior leadership roles in manufacturing, supply chain, R&D, and global engineering center. Mr. Joshi joined Government of India in 2021 as a Deputy Secretary of Manufacturing Sector through lateral entry scheme. He is currently heading Technical Wing of Heavy Electrical Industries, QCO's International Cooperations for Free Trade Agreement, Market Access, Product Specific Criteria or Rules of Origin. We welcome you, sir.
dignitaries on the dais, EMA chairman, ERDA director, uh, director general CPRI, and manufacturer associations and different manufacturers over here. So this gives me a great feeling today because yesterday when I visited one facility of LV Switchgear, I a little bit went back in the past where I was and where I am today. And I see that this is a spot and it is actually a sweet spot because today we see BIs, we see MHI, we see testing laboratories, and we see manufacturers. And these all hands, eyes, legs, brain, everybody when they work together, we have a wonderful results. So we see that manufacturers are actually our legs who make sure they do the things so that testing laboratories who are our hands can actually check it and make the things okay. BIS is actually our eyes because we are unable to see ourselves where do we land. So BIS make sure similarly, MHI is like a brain. It actually doesn't do anything on its input from all these organs to ensure that these things happen in the orderly and cordial way. So I believe as long as we work as a unit, we work as together to make in India and to make for the world, I think we are going to succeed only. There is no way, no, it doesn't matter where do you come from, where, which city, which state, which area, what designation you have. It doesn't matter what is your background as long as you are committed to the goal to make sure that we make in India. And make in India doesn't happen just by saying. There are different ways of making India to happen. One is that which you all here are gathered here to handle the QCOs. QCOs are actually nothing but the testing which needs to happen in India for the products which are used in India and to ensure that the consumer has the final or the safe product when he gets it. QCO, as you might have seen that in 2020 when the QCO was created, and as my uh, good friend already mentioned, it took 65 years to implement a QCO. Then MHI, different teams, and along with manufacturer, along with BIs, along with testing labs, sat together and decided now we need to reduce this time because we cannot be taking 65 years to implement the standards. And then the grouping guideline came into the picture where it decided that what way we can group certain things so that the things are not repetitive at all. So I believe that's how we reached to the stage that we created a phase-wise plan that what needs to be implemented in November 2024, what needs to be implemented in May 2025, what is in 2026, what is in 2027. And as long as we go by phase, we reach to our target that by 2028 May, we are meeting our deadline of QCO. And I believe this part is difficult because right now we have a dependency on certain imports, but at the same time we are making sure that these imports are not stopped, but at the same time we start creating them, means we start manufacturing these products in India wherever we have our own market demand. And not only to cover our market demand, we do it for the world also because we want to see, or the, as you might have seen, Prime Minister is focusing on Viksit Bharat 2047. And when Prime Minister is focused on 2047, naturally all ministries have a mission of where do we want to see in 2047. We want to see as a Viksit Bharat. What does Viksit Bharat means? Viksit Bharat means that by 2047 we should be in the developed economies. We have been hearing that we are in the developing economy, but now we have passed this phase. And people who are right now working in manufacturing, they have this golden opportunity which America got into before 2000, China got in 2000 to 2020, and we after 2020 we got this opportunity to take this pattern and take it forward for our next generations. When our next generation will come, they will see that my father, uh, my father or mother has worked in manufacturing sector and these products were not made in India and they are made in India right now, and not just made in India with cheap quality, they are made with high quality standards. And that's why these quality control orders are here to ensure that the cheap imports which are coming, which are inferior in quality, are little bit stopped and BIS checks all these as per the standards and enter them into our area. So I believe that's what our aim should be, that we take advantage of QCO. Means all the companies over here, they should take advantage of this issue to make in India and ask their management what is the plan for next 3 to 5 years. Where do we want to see as an India hub? India has been seen as a potential for last 20 years, but we were never able to take that potential to the fullest. Whenever you go in the boardroom of corporate battle, there is always somebody who has already invested and that ROI is already coming. And why now in India? India has demonstrated that in last 10 years that we can do it, we will do it, and it has to be done in India because we are the largest democracy, and this largest democracy brings the values that democratic country needs. So we are not just enforcing our focus or enforcing the standards. It is a collaborative approach. When we see that certain things are not happening, certain products we do not have sufficient value, certain things we do not have full testing laboratories ready. MHI comes with these manufacturers, comes with testing laboratories, comes with BIs, and decides what this deadline now has to be. So I believe as long as we are able to work with each other, government is supportive, government is looking after to ensure that this happens on time. But at the same time, government has also focused to check the things. It will ask you difficult questions that are you able to do it on time? What are your efforts you have made over here? What is missing at the moment? What have been done so that it doesn't remain missing after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line? As long as the positive answers are coming, government is with you and government will support this issue so that you make in India. And with that, I thanks a lot all the organizers of this event because it takes a lot of efforts to organize such an event, organize the logistics, organize the event, organize the speakers, organize these delegates over here. And these are all the top brass of the industry who are looking forward. And on this top brass, there are thousands of jobs which are waiting over there so that either they can increase and not reduce. So thanks a lot for coming over here, and we look forward for a very engaging session from different laboratories or from BIS or from manufacturers, and we take positive outcome. I also see Vasudevara Murthy is here, so thanks a lot for coming. He has been a great help in ETV07 and Switchgear industry. So I thanks all and look forward for this workshop going ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaurav sir, for the insightful remarks. Next, we are honored to have Dr. Satish Chetwani sir. He is a Director of Electrical Research and Development Association, Vadodara, and having 27 years of experience. His area of expertise includes rotating machines, transformers, diagnostics, product development, switchgear, solar PV, and short circuit. Before being director, Dr. Satish was heading R&D expert service division of ERDA and was responsible for the technology development in areas of renewable, product development, advanced material, and power system. He is a member of State Advisory Committee of Gujarat Electricity Regulatory Commission. He is also the chair of South Asia Working Group IEEE Smart Village. He is also a member of EMA Technology Innovation and Sport Council TISCO. We welcome you, sir. Please give a big round of applause. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for a wonderful introduction. Respected DG, CPRI, Savle Ram Joshi, Nitin Rastogi, and of course, Dilchandra Kumar. Technocrats on the audience, engineers, my other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives an immense pleasure to me and of course a privilege to be in this city of Bangalore and particularly in this location of wonderful campus of CPRI. Thanks CPRI for hosting today's workshop. You know, ERDA, of course, like CPRI, ERDA has also been contributing in various testing laboratories for the manufacturers. And recently we completed 50 years of operation in 2024. And over last 5 decades, our main motto was to serve the industries in various domains of electrical industry and to create the facilities, infrastructure facilities, which could be of use to manufacturers, utilities, consumer organizations, and to general public in all. By creating the facilities related to the testing and of course field services and research and development. These are the areas where the ERDA has been contributing. Coming to this particular context of quality control order, of course, ERDA has switchgear less from inception. I think almost from 4 decades ERDA has switchgear lab, but I think Nitin Rastogi also mentioned it took 65 years to come to the QCO. We all know that in India, the distribution sector is spreading a lot. And if you see to the details of per capita consumption, which is currently almost 1.4 kilo units, and to the spread which is having in coming 5 years will almost double. Switchgear industry has a very big role to play in this distribution system. And even during our background related to the failure analysis and root cause analysis, we see, particularly in terms of electrical safety, there has been a lot of cases where ERDA has seen that the role which LV switchgear plays in terms of electrical safety and in terms of reliable operation of these switchgears is of prime importance. And that is where I think the QCO has come to the help now. When we look back and see all those major root cause analysis and the issues, we now see that yes, you need a quality control order on switchgears, particularly low voltage switchgears, which will help you in controlling these aspects and making a nation a better, safer, and of course a reliable place to work on. We may have our own challenges in terms of manufacturing capacities, testing capacities, and of course distribution capacities. But if you see overall, in terms of as a nation, which I think Goran already mentioned, particularly making India products and also avoiding the counterfeit products which are imported, I think this QC will have a bigger role to play in making a developed nation. And that is where we as an ERDA are fully committed to contributing to this quality control order. In terms of developing these facilities, we have already added the required capacity in terms of this quality control, all 767 standards which are part of QCO. We added the required capacity. I think our presentation will follow. And we also augmented our facility in terms of enhancing the capacity, that is enhancing the parallel beds, which so that we can take up more number of testing. And we also have a plan to double the capacity to our current value in coming 1 year, 6 months to 1 year. Recently, we also augmented our facilities in terms of the EMI, EMC qualification to the low voltage switchgear, which I think our Pathan will cover in the presentation, in terms of immunity test, in terms of emission testing. So, which will give a complete portfolio of qualification tests related to LV switchgear quality control orders. Not only in terms of EMI-MC, we also augmented our short circuit laboratories in terms of taking more number of samples. So we have already added required capacity in both our laboratories, both at Makarpura campus and at Savli campuses. And we also have a plan to augment this facility to cover DC low voltage switchgear facilities also. Coming to again on terms of testing laboratories, ERD also waiting of developing of products, particularly low voltage switchgear products. We also have worked on various technologies which could be of help to low voltage switchgears, particularly the contact tips. ERD has already developed two technologies in terms of silver contact tips, particularly nano silver and silver CNT based contact tips technologies, which are again patented formulations, which could be of use to low voltage switchgear, this particular fraternity. And also the technology on processing or making these mechanisms of switchgear, particularly breakers, more reliable in terms of processing these components of switchgear to make it reliable. We have already a plasma-based technology which could be of help to the manufacturers here. And also ERDA is contributing to this particular industry in terms of testing at their manufacturer's work. So we have enhanced our capacity in terms of wherever you feel ERDA is having a limitation, we can come at manufacturer's space, make a witness testing or with our equipments and issue our reports to the manufacturers. This very ERDA has been contributing in all these three areas. I'd like to conclude here. Before that, I'd like to introduce my team here, which is here. I think Mr. Pathan, I think he's heading our Switchgear division, and he is our nodal officer for this particular quality control order. It's also supported by Munaf Patel. He's heading our Switchgear section, and of course Pradeep Chamari. He is our BD executive, where you can have a connect with him in terms of arranging the facilities and your future requirement. In a nutshell, as an ERDA, we are committed, as I tell, we are committed to this quality control order, and as an part of this group, we feel prestige to be part of this quality control group, and we look forward to collaborate and work with all of you manufacturers, our supporting laboratories like CPRI and UL, and together we can make this world a safer and reliable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish sir. Now we have our chief guest of the workshop, Shri B.A. Savle sir. He is the Director General of Central Power Research Institute, CPRI, and he is having over 33 years of experience at CPRI. He has made a significant contribution in various roles, including as Additional Director. Shri Savle is a senior member of IEEE and serves as the chairman of ETD 13 under the Bureau of Indian Standards. Shri Savle sir has been recognized with the prestigious IEC 1906 award in 2023 for his outstanding contribution to IEC standards. He has led Indian delegation to international IEC meetings in Europe 6 times. His expertise spans optical fiber, sensors, EMC, EMI, short-circuiting testings of low-tension switchgears, energy metering, and advanced metering infrastructure. Shri Savle sir continues to play a key role in advancing the electrical and electronics industry in India and beyond. We welcome you, sir. Please put your hands together and welcome B.A. Savle sir.
Good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on dais, Sri Nitin Dastubiji, Dr. Satish Chetwani, Sri Gaurav Joshi ji, Devchandra Kuril, and EMA members, BIS officials, my colleagues, industry, delegates from the industry, and EMA members. Welcome to CPRI. And this is the, I think, opportunity for us also to meet all of you, listen to you, learn from you, because this is always learning happens both way, test laboratory and industry work. And we also want to know how best way we can contribute in the development of the nation. Our prime role is that to support the government's policy. Being a government laboratory, our prime responsibility is to see that any policy of the government, scheme of the government is successfully implemented in the country. So we have to be as an enabler, and that way we are committed. If any shortfall is there in any facility, anywhere if it is there, we are ready. There is no problem of the fund from the government side. We will set up those facilities as quickly as possible. So only we had a discussion when Gauravji also and other dignitaries, they came to meet me. My first commitment was that no facility or no customer from the or manufacturer from the country should be traveling abroad or going to outside the country for testing requirement. We must have all those requirements within the country. And under Vision 2030, we have planned to enhance our test facility up to level of 1200 kV. So we are also going to expand. We are going to shortly inaugurate our laboratories at Nasik, which comprises of the short circuit test facility for the transformer up to 16 MVA and also LV test, LV product. So we'll try to see that all the LV testing is covered there. We also have a complete range of testing of LV switchgears, HV switchgears in Bhopal and Bangalore also. We are shortly expanding our facility at Noida. We are looking for the land. Probably shortly that may happen, and then soon we are going to expand and relocate our facility at Noida to see that the manufacturers from the North India don't have to travel all the way to Bangalore or Bhopal. So that can be covered there itself. So majority of the small scale industry is situated in the North India. So we see that that also happens because you look at the growth of the power industry. Now by 2030 already we are reaching to the renewable energy production of the 500 gigawatt, and then for the vision of the 2047, you can imagine that the requirement of the power, our power per capita income, per capita consumption with power is 1/3 of the China's right now, and maybe I think world average if you take it maybe 1/4 or something like that. So to become a developed nations, you can think that the transmission capacity, distribution capacity, and the generation capacity has to increase manifold. With probably in future you will see the power, the scenario of the power totally different. Fully automation everywhere, because we are going to install 25 crore smart meter all over the country. The smart grid is going to come. All your grids will be enhanced. Grid will be smart. The role of the switchgear is more and more important. The way the LV switchgear expansion will happen, all the equipment, cable, switchgears, transformers, all these things will be required for the expansion of the distribution. Now, the role of the especially the quality and the safety point of view, the LV switchgear testing, and I think at the right time the quality control order has come. This was very much required, because this has to be, the safety is the one key parameter which has to be looked into, because there is a direct human interface with this. So that is the one part, and under Make in India, we know all the government's effort is to see that we reduce the import, we try to manufacture within the country. Now the true manufacturing will happen when including all the manufacturing process, the components are manufactured within the country. Probably there are some large things now that including the transformer, the core has to be imported. The other material has to be imported for the other equipments, especially for the electronic. We know that the control devices, for example, if you are using the switchgears, everything is imported. Only we assemble it sometime and then we call it as Make in India. So probably that has to go away, and then it has to be truly Make in India. So that is one aspect, and maybe I think for that we may require many other laboratories also other than the regular switchgear testing laboratory. When you go for the electronic devices testing, probably you require the many more laboratories. So we are committed for that. The CPRI is on the expansion path, and one thing, when there is a government laboratory, the government doesn't look for the profit margin. We never have a tension of the returning the loan of the bank or taking a loan from the bank and then paying the interest. So that part is never there. So quality is our main focus always. Okay, there is no pressure of this. No, if the IRR doesn't happen, the government says that the mandate is to see that the nation's requirement has to be met. Okay, so that is the prime focus. So that way we are always committed for the quality. Probably it may happen sometimes, the process may be slower, but it has to be ensured that whatever we do it proper. Okay. So the quantity is never the focus. So if the quantity is required, the parallel facility has to be established, and that we are on the path of that. Thank you. So we hope that this today's session will be very fruitful, and then the takeaway from this one will be taken for the future course of action. And I would also like my officers to sit with the manufacturers and see that whatever is required, any shortfall is there or any their problems are there, you can take it. That becomes the input for us to improve our facility and expand it. Rather. Okay. With this, I wish you all the best for this today's workshop. And if it is required, we can even have this one more workshop either here or it can be in Bhopal also. So EMA is always welcome for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Savle sir. Now I request Shri Devchandra Kuril sir for the vote of thanks to our esteemed guest of the day. Mr. Kuril is presently working as a product marketing manager, Smart Power for ABB India Limited, and has 24 years of experience in product management, product marketing management, and channel management in ABB. He is instrumental to work on several technical forums, which includes EMA, BIS, ETT members on a switchgear side. He has wide experience in power, automation, and digital technologies for industry, building, and infrastructure. He has held international and global role in Italy and India as a part of product management on low voltage circuit breakers. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Nadeep. So, good morning, everyone. And I welcome here once again behalf of EMA industry and behalf of industry today in terms of participating in the workshop today. So while we dwell into the day, I would say there are three main topics we would be looking for, which is, I would say, concern or let's say more clarity, or also bringing the other stakeholder where we want to dwell into importance of how do we go forward for phase 2 implementation and how we are going ahead and how what are the challenges we look forward. On this regard, I would say I think our dignitaries present on the dais already emphasized a lot in terms of what has been done today or what has been going on for a long time, and it has come up to a shape where we look forward to deliver something which is already we crossed phase 1, which was in November 10th, and with all the hurdles, what the challenges, I think industry has responded well, and we look forward. So on this regard, I would thank Mr. Gaurav Joshi and MHI to bringing and spearheading basically this topic of importance for on behalf of manufacturer, behalf of industry, and also behalf of end users who are more concerned about quality usage of these low voltage switchgear what we look at. On industry per se, if you say, I would say, I think EMA made representation, we are growing around 6 to 8% plus, and let's say during COVID, it was even much more higher. That means the consumption is also equally important that the whole industry is serving in terms of the performance what industry need. On ever rising, I think one of the big topic we also keep talking about is the short circuit levels going up, and I think the bone of contention, we see that how we are getting ready to certify more and more switchgear which is coming from bigger fault levels or bigger transformer catering size. So this is another topic probably which we'll be taking up during the day and look forward how to look at. So on this regard, I would thank everyone first of all be present. For sure, your contribution will be very important during the day, and we'll look forward to it. And we'll also look forward to what contribution has been made and like to share your experience. And for sure, the DAS people who are also going to be present, they'll be sharing. So on this regard, first of all, let me thank the dignitaries who are present here. So as I said, Mr. Gaurav, who has all the way traveled from Delhi to be part of this event, and also emphasizing that how important this event is to make this QC overall successful. So I would like to thank MHI, and let's say now it has become more aggressive in terms of the way we want to continue and deliver this point. On the other side, I would say thanks to ERDA as well. So I think he already dwell upon the kind of importance and the amount of emphasis given in terms of upgrading the facility, adding new things, and also listening industry as well as users in terms of bringing more and more new things which will be useful for us as well as at large industry, and but also let's say meeting kind of on demand time. So when we say we need today, probably there is also a future ready that nobody has to wait. So that's I would really thanks team ERDA and the ERDA team management to bringing that. On the other side, we have also DG CPRI joining here today. Thank you, sir, for today. And also on Prep Talk, already he gave us some kind of a good news about Nasik and also vision to develop 2030. So this is another welcome move what we are looking at industry. I would say most of the companies which are switchgear dominated, if you certify one circuit breaker, probably you take like hell amount of kilo ampere what is performed on a breaker to certify from 1 ampere to going to 1600. We call it it's like the amount of short circuit you generate, it's like you reach from earth to moon. That is the kind of cycle we generally do. So probably CPRI can also, if they calculate, probably they will say you have made already 5, 10, 20 runs of reaching there. So this is the amount of the kilo amperes if you measure in terms of the short circuit what is generally tested. And good part is we look for a future where probably we will do more certification in India going to abroad, depend on the lab, which is just only not India recognized, but also global recognized, which is recognized by other agency, which is European importance or Asian importance, or let's say tomorrow more on the American side where we see the economy is opening, and probably thanks to that the labs can also cater to those other demand on those side. And finally, the IMA, Mr. Nitin, thanks for coming here as well and giving an insight. Spearheading also taking a lot of input from all the channels coming from the government, the lab, the BIS body, and also the industry, and also a lot of users are interacting nowadays with us that how they see us in terms of this is going forward and how industry is becoming ready to serve their demand. So thank you for that. And finally, the IMA Navdeep, thanks for organizing. I know it was quite challenging for overnight coming up to this show, but okay, it's gone good planning. And finally, the CPRI management, including security, I would say it was a very smooth landing here without much of hassle. And so I would thanks on that as well. Thank you, everyone, and welcome for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuril sir. Now I request Chairman sir to kindly honor our guest with a token of appreciation. First, I would request Shri Savle sir. We sincerely thank you, sir, for allowing us to hold this workshop here. Your support has been essential in making the event possible. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Satish Chetwani, sir, please. Thanks for your esteemed presence, sir. Thank you. Now I request Shri Gaurav Joshi, sir. Now I request Devchandra Kuril, sir. Thank you, Kuril, sir, for making and providing us assistance. Thank you. I also invite Dr. M.G. Anand Kumar, sir. Vasudev Murthy, sir. Shri S.K. Das, Director of CPRI. Please come, sir. Shri Gurudev, Head and Joint Director. Shri Gurudev, sir. Shri Sudhakar Reddy, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries to kindly come in front and have a group photograph. So with this, I will conclude this inaugural ceremony. We will now have a 15 minutes tea break. I kindly request all the participants to join us back after the 15 minutes tea break. Thank you.
I request everyone to kindly join for high tea at the atrium on the basement of this auditorium, please. Yeah, we can use this gate, this door. Yes, thank you very much. And also on the other side. Thank you very much.
Presentation like online in the presentation ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಮೆರಾ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಲೈವ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅವೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ
ನಾನು ಕೇಬಲ್ ಅರೇಂಜ್
ನೀವು I request CPRI officers to kindly guide the invites to the atrium, please, for the high tea. I think maybe after the presentation. Sir, we'll go to the car. ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್ తర్వాత presentation coordinator
Pradeep, only two, right? We have a small token of. Let's have one photo here. We can go here or.
It's okay.
On the top, sir. Or maybe once we start.
Once we start,
Let's other people. Yeah. No, it is very important for you as without any saying you are help. So
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರೇನ್
it was great.
నేనే అదే చెప్తాను కదా నేనే చేస్తాను మంచిదే రామదాస్ లాంటి గారు వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారంటే ఇలాగే మన మీద నో ప్రాబ్లం భారం మోపిస్తారు
Hurry.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಲೆಂತ್ ವೈರೇ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಮ್ಮ ಇದಿದೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ ಬಾಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದು
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of CPRI Short Circuit Lab as well as CPRI Bhopal, I welcome you all. So now I will try to cover the presentation for both the units. So, am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So I just the first slide. I just want to revisit some of the very valuable credentials of this premier institute, Central Party Research Institute. This is the only third-party government independent laboratory in the country. And apart from that, we are the members of short circuit testing license. This membership is for the high power laboratories. So we are the members throughout the globe. And a few years back, we have been awarded for NABCB accredited for issue of certificates as per 17065. So this also, raised our bar for the international presence. So most of the customers are approaching our customer care division for receiving these certificates for various products, especially the low voltage switchgear and control gear assembly as per 6143. So we have been issuing these certificates. So I request manufacturers to utilize this particular facility. And going forward to the presentation. So the presentation basically, EMA has given certain points which is need to be covered by all of us, of course. So we cannot, deviate from the presentation also. The way the standard mentions, no deviation from the standard. Similarly, for the presentation also, the ratings are clearly given by EMA. So we are stick to that. We definitely honor to this. And the first slide basically uh, talking about the general procedure guidelines of test lab. So what is the lead time and how to submit these samples. So here in sample submission, there are basically two things. One is generality, general administrative way, how to submit a sample. And apart from that, since it is related to a product related to an international standard point of view, the sample must fulfill the requirement of the IEC standards. So one is administrative way and another is the technical way. So I just want to point out few items here. So most of the people may know it. If people do not know it, and yes, these are the simple procedure that first of all, they have to send the inquiry with the details to the lab, and related to the entire stream of testing, they are supposed to take the quotations and related estimations, and then once those discussions are completed based on the complete sequence of the test, then they can upload the test request in BS portal by choosing the manufacturer and the scheme. Of course, most of the things as per QCO is a simplified scheme. So, and then making advance payment for booking the test lab for the so and so dates. That is very much important. And submission of related documents, relevant documents. I'll just brief what are the documents you need to submit it. And after that, once these documents are received by the individual lab, basically here the related to QCO short circuit lab is prime responsible from Bangalore. So under that, all the related pre and post tests will be covered. So accepting of the test sample by CPR and BIS portal and starting of the testing takes place. So this is from generality point of view. Even little more generality is online request and QR code process also they have given. This is from lab point of view. So you verify the test sequence, whatever the customer has filled it, everything is in order or not. Whether you have chosen the way
it is requested initially to the lab, everything is in order or not, it is lab responsibility to check all the test requests in order or not. Suppose if any typo or graphical error also is there, so we need to reject that particular request. Again, manufacturer is requested to upload one more, generate one more QR code and then submit it. That is very much important. Instead of electrotechnical, suppose if it is selected chemical, so that particular request, by assumption, we cannot, consider the request. So similarly, if there is a typo error in the rated current or braking capacity, whatever be the parameter through online, if some small correction is also there, it is individual's lab responsibility to check each and every parameter whether it is in line or not, and then that particular QR code only will be accepted by the lab. So then once that everything is in order, then see that the accepting of the samples in the LIMS portal, so that the one who is handling in the lab, and once it is accepted, then test will be allotted to the engineers and then the test will be performed. So this is the process from the online process from the labs side, and a few more things like process of sample submission. When they are approaching the lab, they are supposed to give us one photocopy of test request form from the LIMS portal and delivery challan and or gate pass from the factory mentioning the same rating as the one being tested, even including serial numbers also. The same serial number, what is being displayed, given from the manufacturing side, the same serial number is supposed to enter in the premise of the lab. And the related transporter courier receipt in the original and e-way bill wherever it is applicable. So similarly, an official ID or authorization letter of company representative that is very much important to go ahead for the further. So coming to the prerequisite documents, so drawings and PS test request and product pro forma. Product pro forma we will give it to you, so which need to be filled with all the proper details before starting of the test. There should not be any ambiguity in the product pro forma. This is very much important for the newcomers especially. So for all the experienced people, of course, this all they know very well. With respect to drawings, see, drawings plays a very major role where the construction braking is there, and the manufacturer is basically claiming for the construction brake. We have a practice of verifying the samples well before the starting of the test itself. So in that case, all the samples at the arrival stage itself, with the proper drawings, the customer is supposed to show us under what construction brake is basically claiming. So these things and all has to be shown for related rating samples. So for that, the drawings are mandatory of all the samples. Of course, as a post verification of all the complete sequences, we are going to verify the drawings. At the time, you all of us know that the current carrying parts are very important, mandatory. So we are going to verify the drawings. So the drawing verification is definitely a stringent process, which we always request manufacturers to support us. So this is a very, very important parameter. So because that is only representative of a type tested sample. So this plays a major role. So I have mentioned here drawings. So internal arrangements with bill of materials, current carrying parts, arc tubes, bimetal and magnetic relays, and terminal details, etc. shall be brought at the time of testing. So I want to mention one more point here. If a manufacturer feels that some of the drawings are very, very stringent, which are all they want to. It is like product drawings are very, very important enough. So in that case, we will that very important drawings we can give an annexer part of drawing. That also will maintain the secrecy. That way it cannot be open to every form. So annexer drawings will be all the very crucial drawings, critical drawings we can give. And whereas the simple general arrangement drawing or nameplate drawing will be attached to the product, the report along with this. So in that case, that particular facility you can utilize. Sir, no sir, these are all critical drawings, you please do not depend it. So we'll give in annexer drawings. That way it will be done. So that is a very important point. Now coming to, so these are all from genericness, most of us know it, as I mentioned. Now coming to technical point of view. Technical point of view, basically this slide also most of the people knows it, but I want to emphasize this is an example of what do you mean by a sample submission with respect to technical. So I just want to give one such example. Yeah, one example I have taken from 60947-1. So where the arrangement of the sample plays a major role with respect to all the sequences, especially temperatures and short circuit making and breaking capacities. So in that case, the arrangement of a sample on the test rig or test assembly must be supplied with a metallic screen and polythene foil, front polythene foil with a frame. So whether it is applicable or non-applicable, or back metal plate for mounting of the sample. So all these details are mentioned in the standard. The hole size is also mentioned. The perforated sheet or metallic sheet dimensions are also given. So this should not be this must not be neglected at all, because this plays a very important role with respect to the service condition. Whatever the way metallic screen or perforated sheet, the way we are arranging to the breaker, it is in the given that is the given volume, because we are doing the verification under open air. So when an MCCB or an MCB or an ACB is kept under a volume like an assembly, so for a given MCCB there is a volume in that assembly. So that basically that volume decides whether that particular volume takes care of the pressure during the breaking capacity test or not. So and this particular metallic screen dimensions also, right side, left side, and top side and bottom side. Some of the people, you are supposed to keep it as per your product guideline. So roughly you are not supposed to put it. Which the way the switchgear is going to sit in the assembly, the low voltage switchgear and control gear assembly, which is you are going to design in the actual assemblies, that is supposed to be resembled here. So that is how. So sometimes when they come here, what is going to happen is the fine wire fuse is going to blow. No sir, this is not a big criteria. It is a big criteria, because all these are interconnected. The switchgear is basically interconnected. The low voltage assembly is also interconnected. So all these are interconnected. From safety point of view, the metallic screen plays a major role. So I again request all the manufacturers to come with proper things, the way it is mentioned. The hole ratio to the actual ratio, the hole size should not be more than 3 mm, the radius of the hole. So perforated sheets must be brought along with the sample. And similarly, suppose whether the polythene foil also, whether it is applicable or not applicable, you just show to us. If we are convincing, yes, we are not going to ask you to polythene foil to keep it for the operations. So if you just bring the sample with the proper information, the test will be definitely smooth. There is absolutely no problem. And now coming to this also, the cable sizes are well mentioned in the standard. So the proper cable sizes, once we see the cable, we are able to identify as the right cable is connected to the sample. So only thing is, yes, 0.2, 0.5, and 0.5 meter. We'll just observe the lengths, and similarly for temperature as also. So this is one such example from 60947-1. So I request for the remaining parts, wherever technically the sample need to be submitted, has to be submitted exactly in this particular fashion. So, and with respect to the making capacity test, required pneumatic operating mechanism for remote closing of an MCCB, for example. So it has to be brought with and the required air compressor pressure around 1 bar also, that is 10 kg per centimeter square. Air pressure that we will supply, and even the control supply also we will provide. Otherwise, this particular arrangement also shall be brought during this one. And as I mentioned already, to claim the homogeneous series of manufacture, the manufacturer shall fulfill the requirements of 8321, and meaning of construction break is also given. So please, before starting of the samples itself, so kindly show to us, and then we will go for the actual testing. So this is one subject. So sample submission is basically, one is administrative and then there is technical. Once these two things are ready, we will go ahead for the next. Yes. Now coming to the, I'm sorry. Test charges. With respect to test charges, basically you know it. They're based on number of tests and based on products offered and based on types of releases and number of samples and type of releases, short circuit releases and magnetic releases, the number of poles. All this based on construction works, the test charges will vary. So we are calculating maximum extent how many dielectric tests are required and how many short circuit tests are required, each and everything. Suppose if it is a 4-pole configuration, so based on all the stuff we are basically working out again from the standard point of view whether your request is matching or not. Suppose if we are having any doubt, then we are coming back to you, and then yes, if once those things are ready, then only we are giving the test charges, and then this online payment process you know very well. So and then after that the testing will be taken up. So test charges are standardized for each and every test, and then we are going ahead. Now coming to some slides here. Time taken from test request payment to report and last 6 months details and challenges faced and resolution. So this is what the slide. Some of the slides are really little problematic to explain. So now here you see so the overview I have given. Time frames vary basically depending upon the test complexity, product type, and sequence. This is definitely a general point, but out of all the samples tested from CPRI Bangalore and CPRI Bhopal, we just counted maximum to 30 days average for any sequence for completion of the test. For completion of the test, not for complete uploading of the report. And the challenges that we have faced during the last 6 months is high volume of test requests during some peak periods. So this definitely we have faced. And for QCO implementation to make it smooth, so what we thought is we want to make it streamline the scheduling process. So that's why whenever request starts coming, and then we are making very streamlined process that we want to take it up this particular activity in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, well before in discussion with the client, and then we have started implementing also this particular process. So this is what streamlining the scheduling process and enhancing client communication regarding documentation requirements. And during QCO, as already the our respected director general and other dignitaries, they have emphasized the safety is very important. For QCO point of view, I request all the manufacturers, your technical experts also, if present, that really helps for both the ways. The testing process also will become very smooth. Whenever we are having certain doubts to go ahead for further process, then at there itself it will be concluded, and then we can do the testing in a very smooth way. So that is very important. And priority to testing of QCO samples also we have started giving for the from the last 6 months. And now process to monitor OE, overall equipment efficiency for testing. So and how we are sharing the information about the equipment if there is a breakdown. This is also in recent times is a limelight, because sometimes one of the stations, if it is shut down, what is being happening in CPRI. So for this, see, with respect to overall equipment efficiency, preventive maintenance activities is being carried out periodically as per the schedule. That is of course it is there as per quality 17025. And apart from that, with whichever is related to QCO, suppose if some source is problem, some measurement issues are there inside CPRI, to my knowledge is concerned, see, even on Saturdays we people are working for this QCO activities, and then make the system ready, and then see that for next Monday or Tuesday we are going to start with the related activity. So this is how we are giving importance for the this particular point. That is what I want to emphasize. And updating test facilities with automation is also being high priority from our side. Is continuously happening. And for each and every testing, we have a CCTV system in the testing area. Even during night time, also we have been keep observing when there is an electrical endurance test and mechanical endurance test, and any test we are basically observing through this and then doing it. And with respect to equipment breakdown, how we are updating in the portal, most of the times we are communicating to the customer directly in case of breakdown and rescheduling the test. This is what at this point of time I can tell. Now, one more testing challenges and resolution. So yeah, here apart from as I mentioned, CPRI basically apart from QCO samples, we are also engaged with various other electrical equipment and nowadays as clearly mentioned in the introductory session that so the volume that is required for all the sizes, not only from low voltage switchgear side and from all the transformers, power cables and all, because of the growing demand and timelines of various products. And of all these AB switches, power cables and transformers, we are supposed to give certain amount of time for them also, high priority for this, even for overseas customers also. Um, they are also visiting to CPRI. So apart from QCO samples, we have to do this particular testing also. This is one challenge that we are facing. And sometimes it may become unavoidable to give priority for testing of QCO samples. But that does not mean that we will not give. Definitely, even as I mentioned, Saturday we are working for maintenance of our equipment. Similarly, if such cases are there, we are issuing from Bangalore and Bhopal side that we will be working for even in those days, and then we'll see that the QCO testing is meeting the requirement to avoid the delay in testing. And CPRI is under process to enhance the test facilities to meet the market demand. Of course, these points also already DG sir has mentioned. Yeah. Now coming to the way we are committing with respect to timelines for testing of various sequences. So all the people are well aware of what are the different test sequences, because these all 60947 series for few more years will be there. So all these test sequence even during night time also will be able to remember. So no doubt in that, because that many times we are rotating and revolving the standards. So these test sequences now, with respect to test sequence CPRI, we are committing for these particular dates such that everything is going in smooth operation. For test sequence 1, 10 to 15 days, sequence 2, 4 days, sequence 3, 2 days, and similarly like this. So timeline for receiving the final test report after completion of the testing. So report will be uploaded in the LIMS portal within 15 days. We are having an internal quality check as per 17025. We need minimum one more check is required before uploading the reports. So that check is apart from the approving authority, one more check is very much important. So that requires 15 days of time to uploading of completion of all these things after completion of test and receipts of revised and corrected drawings. So kindly, of course, most of the people are with respect to QCO, they are giving the drawings in few days itself. They are not delaying. That is what our observation. So once you give the drawings, this is our committed time. And now, this is one more important point. Yes, testing facilities for part 4 and part 5 sequence wise. What is available from CPRI? Yeah. Coming to 4-1. Yeah, coming to 4-1, these are the sequences. Most of us know it. Basically, these all utilization categories. Basically, electromechanical contractors and motor starters. Yes. So sequence 1, yes, it can be done completely from CPRI side. So all ratings are possible from CPRI Bhopal. Certain ratings, because of the plant limitations, are possible from CPRI Bangalore. So this is what I have clearly mentioned here. So in case of Bangalore, so the maximum short circuit facility that is available from 50 MVA generator is 65K at 450 volts. So related, all the other tests are possible up to these particular ratings. Whereas all ratings from CPRI Bhopal from both the stations it is possible. So sequence 1 is this. Coming to 4-2, these are all semiconductor related controllers. So 4-2. So with respect to 4-2, so the sequence 1 and the sequence 1, 3, 4, 6 are possible. So 1, 3, 4, 6 are possible. Sequence 5, that is EMC, and sequence 2. So here we have the issue, blocking and commutation capability. So this we are basically working on it, and all tests annexer C to some extent it is possible. Annexer C is not possible. Annexer I is possible. So but I have mentioned here. So we are working on this. Wherever it is not possible, we are basically working on this. Coming to 947 4-3, at present it is not in CPR's annual scope. However, it is under process to include this scope 4-3. So this is at present status. which whatever I am showing. Coming to 5-1, with respect to 5-1, all tests are feasible. 5-1, all tests are feasible. And with respect to 5-2, at present it is not in CPRS and able scope. We are again further working to process to include in the scope. So this is with respect to 5-1. And now coming to a very important slide, what is the related facilities that are available? I have summarized it here, Bhopal facility as well as Bangalore facility. So here, with respect to Bhopal facility, we have two stations. So station 1 is 1.5 GVA and station 2 is online station. It is 100 MVA. Most of you know it, all these things. So now coming to the currents that are breaking capacity currents that are possible here. At 450 volts, 75 kA, 690 volts, 120 kA, and 250 volts, 42 kA is possible there. So whereas at 250 volts AC from Bangalore, 50 kA is possible. So 250 volts, that way this is completely covered. 250 volts, 50 kA. We have been started doing also. And 690 volts, 120 kA is a major facility required. So that is also covered in CPRI and Bhopal. Of course, most of the QCO related activities are carried out here. And with respect to the electrical endurance, in station 2, almost all ratings are covered. 450 volts up to 6300 amperes, 690 volts up to 6300 amperes is also possible. Whereas up to little ratings, so 450 volts 630 amperes and 690 volts 200 amperes is possible at supplementary lab Bhopal. So that way, this entire range is basically covering in both the stations. So it is request to coordinate accordingly. Accordingly, what are all the things required from Bhopal. So similarly, from short circuit lab from Bangalore side, here this is what we are committing in a safer way to operate our generator. 690 volts 25 kA and 450 volts 65 kA and 250 volts 50 kA is possible. So apart from that, we have been doing the DC test. Most of the, I think in the country, most of the DC products, I think we have been doing it for DC testing point of view. So we have done a lot of developmental tests apart from product standards. So we are able to do even 1000 volts DC also few years before. We have been doing and we are updating this particular facility. In near future, in very near future we are going to do updation of 500 volts even up to 100 K also. That is basically in pipeline. We are closely working with this particular DC enhancement of facilities. And otherwise 1000 volts 35 K is possible. 500 volts 35 kA, even though I have mentioned 35 kA, but our basically our rectifier unit is designed for 30 kilometers per 3 seconds. So thereby I think we can operate our rectifier even up to 50 kilometers per 1 second. So 500 volts 50 kilometers per 1 second also it is possible, likely to be possible. So at 220 volts DC, 110 volts DC also we have been tested many particular MCBs and even most of the switches and all we have done here in this range. So coming to the endurance facility, yes, at 450 volts up to 2500 and 690 volts 250 ampere is possible. And 1000 volts DC, 1000. Actually, we have DC facility 2000 volts and 2000 amperes. So we have the issues with source. We don't have source, so we are in procuring of source. Otherwise, 2000 volts, 2000 amperes DC test facilities are available in Bangalore. Yeah, this is on, of course, self-explanatory side. Already it is mentioned by our DG sir. CPR and ASIC is likely to be operational by April 2025, and all these facilities. Initially, I think with respect to low voltage switchgear, probably maybe would be difficult initially. I guess initially we are going to start with transformers and HT switchgears and all, and so on and so forth. And then once procurement of our these things are happening, then LT switchgear testing is also going to happen. So this definitely is going to cover even CPR Bangalore and Bhopal requirements on this particular facility. And really question of CPR and Noida with comprehensive testing facilities, this is also mentioned by our respected director. Yeah. Apart from that, before ending up of my session, I just want to mention this only for technical point of view and common failures that we have noticed during the testing of QCO for the past 6 months. So test sequence one and just given just for information point of view, where the customer is facing a lot of problem is tripping limits and characteristics, particularly at minimum setting. This is what we are. The customer is facing a lot of problem in clearing the breakers in test sequence one. Pre-dielectric verification and no continuity. This is common problem for everywhere. Neither test sequence 1 and test sequence 2. The continuity problems are there in electrical endurance tests. This is the major problem that we have observed, such that this can be an input where you can think of to improve the product for this particular point. And test sequence 3 also, 2 and 3 also, no continuity in electrical endurance tests. Few breakers have exceeded the temperature range limits also. So that way, electrical endurance test, after this is very big crossover. And now, this slide I just want to again for information point of view we want to show you. So I just kept it statistics from the Bangalore side, and if you want statistics from the Bhopal side also, I'm going to share you this only because of the time availability. I could not able to keep this particular slide from Bhopal. Otherwise, the way we have analyzed all the QCO samples is in this particular format. First of all, how many test requests we have received, and due to various reasons, basically whether manufacturer side or from lab side, how many test requests are withdrawn, and similarly how many are failed or how many in progress, how many reports are under preparation. This is how we have analyzed all these things, and this is the statistics for the past 6 months. You can say this is by end of December. This 39 requests with respect to around almost I think 5 times in Bhopal, 150 requests are there. So almost think 4 times, 5 times our Bhopal people have done. So in this particular fashion we have done. With respect to Bangalore, this is the pie chart denoting how many reports, how many are under preparation and how many are in progress and pending with customers any decision making, and reports how many we have issued. This is the statistics I want to show by the end of December. And this is the result statistics, pass and fail. So probably over a period of time, this will be definitely an input to you, and then will be taken care during the upcoming testing. So not to take in other fashion, this is a very important point. The failures with respect to this many requests. So this similar statistics from Bhopal also I will share it to you solely. And now the very concluding point to MHI as well as stakeholders for all our esteemed customers is this. Considering the failure rate, so anyhow magnification whether it is high or low, the licensing authority shall insist on testing of QCO samples at third-party independent labs only to meet the goal of QCO. The goal of QCO in the introductory session is very clearly emphasized. The safety is the highest priority as the equipment is very nearby to the operational, the user. That is what I always used to tell in a low voltage switchgear and control gear assembly. What is a fire fuse? So it is an operator representation. Similarly, in internal arc, when we do an objective of 10 gram also falls, then it is an operator representative. So this is the way the safety point of view. We are all very committed in that particular fashion. So we request the MHA as well as our stakeholders to utilize the facilities of CPRI and then go ahead. Thank you all. So if any questions are there, concern slides I will go, or otherwise if some question I can directly address, yes, the director is of course I'll read it after this session. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. Y.A. Pathan from ERDA. Mr. Pathan is having 30 years of experience. He is heading switchgear section, IP section, and short circuit lab. He is also a member of 8307 committee of BIS. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Uh, This is the procedure of the guidelines of the test charges and the timelines at ERDA. Now the procedure of the guidelines of the third party laboratory. Interested stakeholders should visit the BIS website and search the BIS approved third party laboratory. Then search the product standard under the which the test is required to perform. Then go to the view breakup. On the left clicking the view breakup, you will be get a list of the tests under the selected product, standard close wise. Then after interested stakeholders should send the product technical details falls under the QCO scheme to the third party laboratory under the prescribed format of the concerned laboratory. And the laboratory will review the product technical details and the reply for its test feasibility. Then after the interested stakeholder should ask for the quotation to the selected third party laboratory. Now the ERDA procedure. The receipt of the test request from the stakeholder for the requirement of the test. Then review of the test request. Send the quotation to the stakeholder. Inform the stakeholder to submit the required documents. Inform stakeholder to submit the samples to ERDA with a QR code pasted on box of the samples. Stakeholder has to remit 100% advance test charges to the laboratory in advance through the net banking, either NEFT or RTGS. After the receipt of the 100% test charges and required quantity of the samples from the stakeholder, the laboratory will process for in LIMS and process for the work order and hand over to the concerned section. Section laboratory plans the testing schedule. The test schedule is conveyed to stakeholder on registered email of the stakeholder. Sample acknowledgement will also send to stakeholder on email. The tentative timelines to completion of the test sequence under the QCO. For one rating, 25 days required for all the test sequences. Laboratory has the 14 samples in a month capacity. The timeline for the sending the test report 7 days after completion of the testing. Single person contact for the assistant at ERDA. Mr. Kamlesh Kayas, acting head of the CRM. The mobile number is mentioned and email ID is also mentioned. Now the test facilities. The low voltage switchgear and the control gear for the circuit breakers as per the IEC 60947 part 2. Test facilities available for test segments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and the test facility available for the AC test up to the 5000 ampere at 440 volts, AC withstand capacity 120 kA for 1 second, AC making and breaking capacity 0.5 kA to 120 kA at 440 volts, and DC test facility is also available. The test current 1000 ampere at 1600 volts, DC withstand current capacity 30 kA for 3 seconds, DC making and breaking capacity 0.5 kA to 30 kA at 280 to 690 volts, 0.5 kA to 10 kA at 690 to 1500 volts. The same test facility is available for the switching devices like a switch disconnector, switch fuse unit, as per the IEC 60947 part 3, and test sequence covered 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Also the same test facility is available for the control contactor and the starter as per the IEC 60947 part 4-1, and test sequence cover 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Also the same test facility is available for the control devices and the switching elements as per the IEC 60947 part 1 section 1, and also cover the test sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. The infrastructure you can see here, the 20 kA 3-phase stabilized high current source. The test can be carried out for temperaturized test, time current characteristic, short time distance current test. These features for the control room of the making and breaking capacity, breaking and electrical endurance testing facility. These features for the IP 40-ton IP test facility. This feature for the 24 kV peak impulse test facility. This feature for the humidity chamber. The size of the chamber is 950 by 1000 by 950 mm and minus 42 plus 180 degree. Now go at the short circuit laboratory. We have the 3 test facility for the short circuit, 2 at Makarpura laboratory and 1 at Savli. Short circuit lab at Makarpura SCL1, the test capability at the transformer, the dynamic and the thermal ability to withstand the short circuit up to 500 kVA, 11 by 0.433 kV and 120 numbers of the transformer in a month we can test. The standard covered under this IS 1180, IS 2026, IC 60076 and type of the transformer, oil immerse and the dry type of the transformer. The second short circuit laboratory at Makarpura, and the test capability of the short time distance current capacity 1 to 50 kA for 1 second and 35 kA for 3 seconds, and the short circuit making and breaking 500 ampere to 50 kA at 500 volts. Also the DC short circuit test facility 10 kA at 270 to 1500 volt DC and 50 kA at 270 to 1000 volts DC and 30 kA at 690 volt DC. This short circuit lab covers the major products, covers the LV switchgear and control gear assemblies, circuit breakers, ECB, MCCB, switches, disconnectors, SFU, SDF, contactor and motor starter, electromechanical control devices, terminal blocks, low voltage fuses, MCBs, RCCBs, RCBOs, current transformer and voltage transformer. Short circuit laboratory at Savli is SCL3 and the test capability is the short time instant current capacity 1 kilaampere to 120 kilaampere for 1 second and 70 kilaampere for 3 seconds and DC 30 kilaampere for 1 second. The short circuit making and breaking capacity 500 ampere to 120 kilaampere at 575 volts. For the transformer testing, the dynamic and thermal ability to withstand the short circuit transformer 100 kVA to 4 MVA at 33 by 0.433 kV and 100 kVA to 1 MVA for 11 by 4.433 kV. This picture is EMI-EMC laboratory. Infrastructure in EMI-EMC laboratory 10-meter semi-anemic chamber with 60 volts per meter field strength and turntable is 5-meter diameter and 3-meter load capacity. EMI test receiver, artificial main networks, signal generator, power amplifier, antenna, absorption flame, isotropic field probe. The EMI-EMC laboratory having the test facility, immunity test, it covers the electrostatic discharge. The test facility available for plus or minus 2 kV to 30 kV and the standards cover 60947 part 2, 3, 4-1 and 5-1. Then radiated radio frequency electromagnetic fields 80 megahertz to 1 gigahertz 30 volts per meter and 1 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz 50 volts per meter. Electrical fast transit interest 0.5 kV to 4 kV. Surge 0.5 kV to 12 kV peak. Conductive disturbance induced by the radio frequency field 150 kilohertz to 230 megahertz 30 volts. Power frequency magnetic fields up to 1000 ampere per meter. The voltage dip and interruption up to 75 ampere. 0% for 1 cycle, 40% 10 to 12 cycles, 70% 20 to 30 cycles, 0% 50 to 30 cycles. Emission stays conducted emissions 150 kilohertz to 30 megahertz and radiated RF disturbance 30 megahertz to 1000 megahertz. And this is our upcoming short circuit laboratory 690 volt at 55 kiloampere and 1000 volts at 45 kiloampere and 1500 volts at 30 kiloamperes. Thanks.
Thank you, Pathan sir. Now I request Mr. Madhusudan Shetty from UL Solution to kindly deliver the presentation. Mr. Madhusudan, he is bringing 18 years of experience from low voltage switchgears and control gear, product testing and certification, specialization from circuit breakers background. He is also a technical auditor of IEC, European Union and UL standards and active member of 8007 committee of BIS for low voltage switchgears and control gears. We welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Hello, am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm representing from UL Solutions, Bangalore. So already Mr. Mahesh and Mr. Patan has briefed a lot of insights, the requirements we looking to support QCO, which has been implemented. So as they have briefed the procedures, so I'll be reiterating the same thing, but there are certain changes with respect to laboratory point of view. So I'll go to one-to-one and brief what are those changes with respect to UL laboratory that are concerned. Okay, first with respect to procedural guideline for third-party labs, the customer first has to look out like which other laboratory they wanted to do the testings for the products they are looking out, and they need to register the details in BIS site, and specifically they need to choose the labs where they wanted to complete the testings. So once customer complete this activity, the request of the test will come to the specific lab. For example, if they choose CPRI, it will go to CPRI. If they choose UL, it comes to UL. Then once we issue the test request, we will thoroughly go through the request what customer has raised. So here we have seen certain pain points when we started receiving the request. Like customers send this request on their own with the parameters they're looking for their products. But when we look on the request, there are certain errors we see, and forcefully we need to reject those because we cannot accept those parameters which they are requesting and which lab cannot suffice for the testing. The examples are if the short circuit required is, for example, 10 kiloamps, the errors they are getting is while putting the request, they are putting as 100 kiloamps. So forcefully we need to reject. And also in certain cases where temperature or control of the products, for example, if they wanted to do it at 30-degree reference, in the request we are getting 50 degree. And during the course of discussion, when we come to know that the products are specifically requested for 30 degree, then forcefully we are asked to reject those requests. So my request to all the manufacturers is, please discuss with the particular laboratory where we are going to do the testings, and please discuss the technical parameters. Once you are through with those labs accepting, then please raise the request. Then moving forward, once the requests have been received in lab, then customer has to submit the samples to lab along with the barcode that has been generated for the particular request, and they have to submit the samples to lab. So samples can be couriered or hand carried and deposited in the lab. And once we receive the samples in the lab, we verify the number of samples against the request that has been received, and we will accept the request, and that will be pushed to the laboratory for testing. And once we have the samples received and pushed to testing, we will prepare a complete test plan with respect to the number of days that is required and what is the pipeline we will follow. Those things will be given to the customers with the deadlines on the completion of the testing. So once the testings are completed, we have a protocol internally that within 7 to 10 days, we need to upload the reports on the portal and inform the customer, and automatically the details will go to BS on the closure. Then coming back to the test charges, so as per the protocol, for all the standards with respect to sequence wise, the test charges are already available in BIS portal. Anyone who has to look on the charges from each laboratory, they can visit the BIS portal and looking for the charges in general. But there are some certain concerns here also we have faced as a lab. Like for example, if the customer has multiple ratings or settings of samples that need to be tested, then accordingly lab has to choose the multiple samples. So when we choose multiple samples, additionally the charges will go up. Whereas on the portal, the charges which are mentioned are in general, and they are allocated for a set of samples or one concession break of samples. So this is something like customers has to look in, like this is only a general purpose reference. So any costings you work out, please reach out to labs and take the concurrence on the number of samples and then move forward for the charges. Then with respect to payment terms for the UL, so one has to initially initiate the request with UL. So we will onboard a technical representative to start working with the customer. First, we will analyze the request and the details on the testing that is requested. First, we will work for a sample plan preparation based on the number of transactions that is getting submitted. Then we will arrive at a test plan. Once the test plan are finalized, then we will work out for the costings. So once the costings are done, we are issuing the code to customers for further looking and accept. And once the costings are accepted, the customer has to raise a purchase order to us. And along with that, there are certain terms and conditions for the payments. So at UL, based on the customer interactions we are having from quite long years, there have been segregation has been done on the accounts. So for category A accounts, the payment can be done after invoicing, there is completion of the testing when we issue the invoice. So there are certain customers who have been placed under category A, and there are certain customers who have been placed under category B where they have to pay 50% in advance and 50% after the closure of the project or issuing the report. And there are category C being listed where it is somewhat like a new customer to UL or their transactions are very minimal in few years. So for those, the advance are very much in advance. Before starting any testing, the advance are to be in place. So this is how the payment terms are for the laboratory from UL. Next, coming back to the sample submission process, as I reiterated in the beginning, the customer has to submit the request in BS portal first. Then lab will receive the request and analyze the request. If it is acceptable with respect to all the technical parameters, we'll accept. Or if there is any point of rejection with respect to technicality or with respect to process, then we have to reject and inform customers to relook in and resubmit the details. Then once the samples are being received in lab, like they can deposit or they can courier it off. So we will see the barcode on the samples, and based on the barcode and the number of samples that they have submitted, we will physically verify everything, and the lab will accept, and then it will move for the testing. And during the course of action, there are certain prerequisites we ask with customers. This is to avoid a lot of confusions once we start the testing. Because once we finalize the test plan and once we start the testing, so there should not be any ambiguity in between that some construction are missed, some sample are not being considered, and at the end that will cause a lot of issues. Once you on payment, second is on the tag for the project, and third for is their product launch in the market. So looking on that, first is we look for the test request which they have raised in the portal. Second is on the product technical specification form. So we have specific standard related technical forms which are available with us. So whoever inquires, we send them to fill those details and send it back to us during the course of sample submission. Next is on the construction similarity declaration. So this is very important to all the customers. We have come across like when customer requests us for any of the codes, they just dump all the model numbers or the catalog numbers and they tell we want code. So when we work out in general, it will cost a lot of lakhs or crores together on the models to cover. So our request is whoever working with the test labs, please ensure that you bring out those construction similarities to the laboratory so that we can identify the base model to test and represent the rest. So that will use a lot of time and also the cost for the manufacturers. And next is we also ask like when customer tests, these are homogeneous series products like testing one model will represent other. We ask them to give a declaration on the homogeneous series, and also we ask them to produce the drawings accordingly to verify and confirm from our side. And at the end, if there are any accessories are involved, for example, during the time of short circuit, there are a lot of accessories like wire mesh based on the size of the breakers or the products they bring, and also certain cables, bus bars. So those are not readily available with any of the labs. This is all being made based on the requirement that comes from manufacturer products. So we insist all these accessories to be brought during the time of testing to ease the testing. If not, then it will go in another mode like lab has to interact with customers and also with the vendors who make this. Then we need to pitch in and a lot of time will go off there. So these are the prerequisites we requested during the time of testing or prior to testing when they start discussing with the labs. Then coming back to the timelines for each individual standards. So for us, for 60947 Part 2 for breakers and accessories, so the tentative lead time for the completion from our side is between 1 to 1.5 months. So here basically there are a lot of construction. The customer adds up because breakers are very similar. There are a lot of accessories to add in. So looking on the construction and the number of samples we select for testing, so we need around 1 to 1.5 months for complete sequential testing. And when coming to 60947 Part 3 for switches and disconnectors, it needs overall a month's time for us to complete the testing. And for 60947 4-1 for contactors and relays, it needs again 1 to 1.5 months a course of timeline for us to complete the testing. Then for 5-1 for the accessories contactors, we need a month's time for complete testing. And for 5-2 for proximity switches, we need around overall 1.1 to 1.5 months coverage of testing time from the lab. And for 5-5 for emergency switches and accessories, we need a month's time to cover up all the testings to serve to customers. And also once the testings are done within those testing timeline, we are awarded to complete the report preparation and the authorized signature from outside and uploading the portal within 7 to 10 days of the final test completion. And here, as many were expecting, like for example, for 60947 4-2 and 4-3 standards. So the record from UL is presently we are working on the test requirement from the standards, and soon we will come back for the manufacturers on the update from the facilities we have. We are working with the technical team, and we need a lot of insights. Present, we are not ready to take those testing for those standards. And coming back to 5-2 standard for proximity switches, yes, this is one of the facilities we have built from UL. It is one of the facility all across the globe for UL, and it is the first facility we have onboarded in India, especially to cope for QCO requirements. We have spent almost around 2.5 years on the R&D part, building the equipments locally in India, validating it, then putting it in lab, getting it accredited both from Inaugural and BS. So this is the efforts being put up from the lab side to have this standard on board. And coming back to the state-of-the-art facility we have in Bangalore. So presently we have a 10 kVA facility for short circuit at 690 volts and up to 15 kiloamps at 456 volts. And also we have endurance facility and temperature rise facility accordingly. And recently we have enhanced our lab for DC facility as well. So with that we will be able to test all the products which covers up to 15 kiloamps till 1000 volts for DC. And soon we will be adding those under NABL and BA scope in Q1 of this year. And adding to that, from UL, we are also working to add 6089 for -2 and -3 standards, which are more specifically for LCDs. So we are ready now from the lab point of view, and now we will be approaching both NABL and BIS to add in their scopes, because this was the recent interaction we had during the ATD07 meeting that lab has to come up and there is certain regulations that is going to add up for those standards. So with that, I'll be concluding the presentation from our side from lab. And further, any of the customers, if they wanted to reach out to us for any of the technicality, clarity, or any discussions or upcoming testings, please reach out to myself, Matsudan, and also I have put up my sales counterpart, Mr. Prasanna Savarkar. He is based out in Mumbai. I am based out in Bangalore. So anybody has any testings or any certification activity that is coming up, please reach out to us. We are always there to support to the manufacturers. With that, I want to conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now we can take a few questions from the participants relating to the testing laboratories. Those who want to ask question, please raise your hand. I request participants to kindly introduce yourself before asking a question.
I'm Switchgear from Legram. So thank you for your presentation. It is very clear from ERDA to and from CPRI. You have mentioned the testing time. Somewhere where the ERDA has mentioned 25 days, whereas UL has mentioned 1 month to 1.5 months. So I want to know whether it is only for testing or for the complete report till the complete report release. Because we are interested that when, or anyone will be interested when the samples will be submitted or when they make the testing day, then you will give quotation. So it will be good if you can share also what is your time to give feedback or quotation. Once the time slot is allotted, how much time will it take to give the reports, or all these 25 days include everything? Thank you to clarify.
You are asking this question to
all laboratory because I think Mr. Pathan has mentioned 25 days. Yul has mentioned 1 to 1.5 months. CPRI has also mentioned. This is the testing time. So we wanted to know it is only testing time when you start the testing or it includes complete cycle. Whether it includes the test report preparation and giving it to your customers or the applicants, whomsoever it is.
Is an off property.
Hello.
As far as testing from CPRI is concerned, we have mentioned 1 month, sir, 30 days for completion of all tests, completion of a given sequence. From there, we kept 15 days time to upload the reports in LIMS portal after quality check and all these things, provided that the drawings are given. So once, suppose one test is completed, let us take sequence 1, it's completed in 30 days. And then from there, once drawings are given, we require 15 days time to upload the report and further approval.
Yeah, the same way in ERDA also, the 24 days is only for the testing time, and after the testing completed and the drawing verification is completed, after the 7 days we will be upload the test report in LIS.
Yeah, same thing from Inaugural as well. So if the testing time is between 1 to 1.5 months, basically if it is 1 month, then it is only a testing time. And from there, we need 7 to 10 days to upload the reports with review and authorized signatory. There, we have bifurcated the timeline between 1 to 1.5 months. As I explained in the forum, it is because if there is any additional construction they add up, then those 15 days of additional time is required. If not, within a month we'll complete, and from there we need 7 to 10 days for report updation. Thank you.
So Suresh, 45 days for one.
Yeah, 45 days for
Or one.
One standard. One standard. One rating and one standard. Yeah.
So can we have another question?
Yeah, this is Vishnu from Standard Electric.
Okay.
So I think I'm already holding the mic. So
Yeah.
let me go next. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, lab representatives, for covering the details and covering your scope in detail. I don't have a question per se, but a suggestion as kind of way forward or solution. Like we have what we have seen in 3 presentation, the challenges reflected are of common in nature, like samples were not proper, or drawings were not there, documents were not there, prerequisites were not met, etc. If like you can see the we have EMA, which is like 20 plus or even more manufacturers are have formed a, you can say, association, and we are meeting regularly and sorting out the issue and harmonizing the process. So can we have a consortium or a body of labs, including all 3 labs sitting on dais plus other manufacturers lab, where you can also come across, harmonize the process in view of QCO, that okay, what are the common problems, then publish an EEQCO or streamlining the process basically. So this is one request from suggestion. If the lab can also make some kind of at least an interim group or this one, especially in context of QCO, so that you, rather than waiting for such kind of forums and interacting individually with the manufacturers, okay, this is not in right shape or right manner, it can help basically. So that's a request from suggestion. We request sincerely to lab to contemplate upon it, and we, if can be implemented, will be great to support the program. Thank you.
So can we have your opinion, sir, on the suggestion?
Yeah, we can work in the group. It can be done.
Anyhow, ETD 07 chairman is there, Srivastava sir. Of course, he can take a decision on that. Anyhow, in ETD also nowadays, QCO is also a very buzzing topic, apart from the standard submissions. So I think definitely he can give his view. Yeah. Chairman is here.
Hello.
Once.
Yes, sir, we can work together so that, we can resolve the issues, can discuss in the forum and try to resolve. We can have a common forum. So we can do it.
All right, sir. So this is what we can also discuss separately after this workshop.
Hello.
Yeah.
So this is Narendra here from Eton. So again, my question is related to the timeline only, because as we know that timeline is very important to complete the meet the QCO guideline. So again, this test sequence two, you are saying 4 days, right? So because the test has to be done with a particular sample, right? So one sample will be tested, then again you have to change and then put it on the get ready for the other testing. So how this 4 days timeline has been calculated? It is only for testing time when everything is ready, and then 4 days will be taken 8 hours per day, or how it is? This question is to the CPRI only.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the 4 days time, or whatever be the timelines given, based on the sample readiness. So, sample, the way we have discussed the assembly, the complete assembly has to be provided by the manufacturer in a proper manner. Once we see it, and those timelines will be matched, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm from BCH Electric. This is regarding the timeline which you have given. It is a series or it is parallel timeline? Suppose many samples will come at a time. So how that will be distributed? Suppose parallel test, many samples will come at a time.
Yeah, from CPRI point of view, basically what we are doing is, suppose if all parallel testings are coming, sir. Example, let us assume we are doing sequence 2 at 50K 450 knots. Example I'm saying. So related to that, parallel nowadays, all the manufacturers also, they are really supportive, making 2 to 3 parallel benches such that there will be no delay in the testing. So one breaker ready. So in one particular sequence, another breaker also suppose here 50K. Then we can take up the test by managing the whether in respect of the sequence 2 or 3 or 4. So we are basically accounting for it and then making our prospective ready and then do all the tests in a given time frame. So that is how we are clearly discussing with the customer, and then once those things are ready, then we are taking up.
Regarding UL, out of these 3 laboratories, I see UL is only having up to 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers. See, most of the part 2, part 3 or part 5 products are 50 kilometer tests. So that is getting explored this laboratory for this particular test, that means.
Yeah.
The capacity wise.
Yeah, correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Is there any plan for you for 50 kilometers or so?
Presently, no. We are also looking for an alternates, but it takes some time because it also comes with investments.
Next question.
Hello, this is Nagaratnam from Goa and Gas Exchange Private Limited. Regarding timeline also, we are planning to test 14 products at a time, but products needs 4 weeks, means it requires 56 weeks of time to complete the test. So the time limits given in the standard is May 10, 2025. So how can we complete the test within this period? Suppose if it has to be completed within 50 days, means it has to be dedicated test. Otherwise, it is also not possible. Can you give your comments?
Yeah, regarding that, I think during the break we also discussed on it. See, when it comes to a sequential testing, in case like whenever it need endurance, then that is a where maximum time we take. And accordingly, we plan from lab. Where we mention, for example, if one sample goes for 4 weeks, it is not for all the sequences, it will go for 4 weeks. So we can do all the parallel testing by then, and only for the long run, we will see to run in shifts and to reduce the timeline. Yeah, it will be first in, first out basis. Like based on the request we receive first, so accordingly we will plan from the lab. So that is what the arrangement we are working presently to come for the QC requirements.
if many people are in queue, suppose I'm coming in at 4th or 5th, then definitely it will take time, I think so.
Yeah, presently
So how
whoever
can I manage? Yeah.
yeah, presently whoever are approaching, we are upfront telling what is the timeline and what is the availability of the lab, and if we accept by when we are going to complete, and all the pictures we are giving right away at the first time. So you have options like if your lab is occupied, you can reach out to ERDA. If ERDA is occupied, you can reach out to CPRI. Yeah, the details are available right first time from the labs.
But I think he has two questions. One is to lab and another is to timeline. I think he has asked two questions. One is to lab. You are very well answered. Thank you. He has asked, already thanks you, but I also thank you because you already mentioned how to reduce it. But second question is, I think not to lab. I am sure that he will be interested to know to how with this timeline to have 10th May 2025 things. I'm not sure who will answer it, but this I think he's looking for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rahul Kumar from Siemens Limited. So my first question is, it's not a question, it's a question to CPRI. So whether this ISO 17065 product certification, whether IEC CB certification is also applicable in this? No. Because I was referring to the first comment made by respected DG sir that nothing from the country should go outside the country for the testing. So if we can have this arrangement of CB certification, then definitely it will help to sell our products throughout the world. So that is one of my suggestions. If CPRI can go for CB certification also. And just one more thing I would like to ask whether
Please put up this proposal via our ETD committee also.
Okay.
We'll come to know. Otherwise, directly send a mail to us.
Okay.
Any of it is not related to CB scheme, whatever.
Yeah.
17065.
Maybe you can just elaborate.
Regarding the CB scheme, so far we don't have a petition for the CB certification. Probably we'll put up this to our management and we'll just see how we can go about this CB certification. As of now, we are not updated for issuing a CB. Long back we applied, but there are some hurdles, and now we will put up the same thing to our marketing as well as our director general sir, and we'll just see how we can just go about this.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, this is Shailesh from CNS. Regarding this product like MCB, which is like a lot of development has been going on this field in the electric, and so has the lot of certification requirements has been generating. My question is from the CPRI Bhopal as well as the Bangalore. We have a longest sequence of B sequence, which takes around 28 to maybe 35 days to complete. And if we want to plan our certification to finish it within 2.5 or 3 months time. So how many setups you have, and because we are really having a difficulty to get into a state for this. So this is my question, like how many setups you have and how you plan to meet the growing demand in this field.
Is it related to MCB?
Yes.
No, actually, in this case, at this point of time, what I can tell you is please send the request to both the labs, CPRI Bangalore and Bhopal, and the timelines, whatever the way we have mentioned, we'll definitely try to stick to that with respect to EEQCO point of view. That is what our commitment. We'll definitely try. So how many parallel paths are there? How many things are there? So you know it already, you have seen. So
that is the precisely point of asking the question, like whether there are parallel setups are available, because to the best of my knowledge, only one setup in CPRI Bhopal is available. So for which manufacturers are really having a hard time to get their test done.
That's a fact.
And also, the test requires, maybe experts can correct me if I'm wrong, It requires the environmental test of certain duration, for which also instruments are maybe not available or maybe in the right, or not in the right condition of working. So this is really, we are having really a hard time to get into dates and completing our projects.
That is what you send a request. So because you have already expressed in open forum, we see that we will stick to the timelines.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yes. Yeah, Rahul sir.
Hello, this is Rahul Shrivastava from Siemens.
As far as Bangalore concerned, there are two environmental chambers out there. So we can have parallel testing in the 20-day test in two environmental chamber parallel. So but no, it's 28-day test. No, as per the requested, the requirement itself is 28 days.
But see, manufacturers they want at the point of the use. They may not want to shift the test or shift the instrument and go through the extra hassle of sending samples, spending money on travel and all those things. So why it is not available at the point of the use? Thank you.
Hello. Shailesh, just to input you, at UL we have 8 facilities to run 20 days. So any requirements you can pass on to us.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, I have one question regarding this QCO and regarding the R&D new development projects which we are going on. So how the labs have used have kept any provision to take up new development tests for the new products which R&D projects are going on? Is there any provision you have kept for the new product testings or only QCO testings at this moment? You understand my question? So what provision you have kept for the new products which are under pipeline? Because I look into development testings, many tender requirement testings are going on for the new products. So when such requirements are coming, so how you are geared up? Like this QCO is up to 2028. 25, 26, 27, 28. So during this period, what plan you have to cater to the industry for the new development tests? Because this is a big challenge for the R&D, because most of the people are from R&D departments in this category. So probably we will face more difficulties in that also.
Actually, developmental testing point of view, actually on daily basis also we are doing, sir. Whichever testing, any of these particular points falls under challenges.
Because many of the investments are lined up, and our managements are also more concerned on this. How those investments which we have already done in the new products. So this is getting a big hurdle for the products.
No, we have been keep doing, sir.
Is there any provision which has been thought for the next 3 to 5 years? Because next 3 to 5 years, most of the laboratories are going to be occupied for the QC on the low voltage especially. How this challenge to the industry will be addressed?
Considering the volume of the QCO samples, that is why we are coming up with a new lab at Nashik, and also we are thinking of relocating our Noida. Noida doesn't have a short circuit facility, so we want to come up with we want to relocate that unit so that we can have short circuit facility there also. So that way we can easily take up the.
So that means for next 2 to 3 years there will be a better model for the new products development and most of the research.
So even now also we are testing other products. Not only we are testing QCO samples. Apart from QCO, we are catering to other products also like transformer. Daily we are testing transformer.
Specifically to the IC 60947 product. Because most of the LV switchgear industry people are on IC 60947 or IC 60898. So I'm specifically asking on 60947.
That's what I'm telling you, sir. That apart from the QCO samples, we are catering into the other products also. like instrument transformers, isolators, all many small manufacturers. Daily we are testing these products also, apart from the QC. So we can extend our timings also. That is not an issue. So we can work on Saturdays also, so that we are giving priority to the QC workers.
Is there any plans of the CPRI to work on shifts like ERDA once for example?
Bhopal is already working on shifts. Even the CPRI Bangalore. Sometimes if there is a testing load is more, we are extending our working hours. Even evening also we are doing the testing. And our supplementary lab is working throughout the 24 hours because daily temperature test will be going on, daily endurance test will be going on. That way, we are working 24 hours, not 2 shifts. We are working on 3 shifts.
Thank you, Vasudev sir. Can we take last few questions?
Hello.
Rahul sir, please.
Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Anand Kumar. I'm Joint and Head of the Business Development Capacity Building. Just to add what sir was asking of the research. In CPRI, there is a mandate from the Government of India that we need to work in 2 different verticals. One is the testing consultancy and the services that we give to the industry. Second is the research part of it. So there are experts who worked on different platforms for so many years. They have developed the expertise. So we are in the process of recruiting people. They will put in depending on their interest and their qualification, and they will put it either in the testing group or in the research group. That is second thing is that we have a lot of in-house research funds available. We are also trying to have a consortium working with the academics, the industries as well as the product. There are a lot of societies. There are a lot of people who have retired from the societies from the SFOs, from HAL, ISRO, GTRE, IAS like this. They are going to support our activities. So many of the engineers who are working in CPRI, they are also pursuing their PhD. So depending on what's the requirement for the, as you said, for the next, it may be a short term or a medium term or long term goals. Keeping in view that we have to support the industry, this activity will be taken up parallelly. So a group will be supported by the experts who are already working there, and the research will be taken up. And my ministry is very particular that since CPRI is a center for research institute, up to 40% of the activity should be in the research. And for that, we'll be also seeking the support from the industry secretaries and the expertise that you have with you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the clarity. Now we can take the last question from Rahul Srivastava, sir.
Hello. I'm waiting from long time. Thank you. First of all, thank you all 3 of you, the major representative of the labs in India. I think as an industry, what we are looking at, first I would like to clear the same thing what we have raised some of the concerns in the last also program, that the delivery time is not important from the lab perspective. The important is the total time. And the second is the what time you have declared, maybe the difference of 10 to 15% between the labs, 10, 15 days and 20 days. That is the ideal time what you have said. That means you are saying 15 days for completing one sequence in ideal condition. That company is only will be with you and there is no other project. Like sir has mentioned that they have also the other things to do other than the QCO. You have also the things. So when you say 15 days, does it mean 15 days to be break into 5 days or 3 months? So then it is ideally for the manufacturers 3 months, which is the real case. We have seen in the last 1 year. That is our learning also. We have done a lot of testing in the external lab, not us. It's the industry complete perspective. It's very clear that the important time is into the query stage. So we are looking also for as a suggestion from your side that any KPI or anything that how much time is for you to revert back to the customer. That's the first very basic thing. When any customer has sent you a request basically through the portal or through the test plan, normally it took 1 month to get the proper reply and to get it into the final approval of the request. So how that can be reduced? My request is from the industry side is to reduce that thing. Because we sent the mail and then maybe there are some corrections required from your side. Then you sent one mail after 7 days, then we sent 3 days, and this normally took 1 month. Then another 20 days for the payment of it. So this is going 2 months. Then the testing time. And then Mashwaraji, you said 15 days for sequence 1. I don't think so. I'm sorry. I'm very blunt in this topic. 15 days is never the ideal time for any sequence. Even you consider only the sample from that specific manufacturer, no other test, even though you cannot complete in 15 days the sequence one in case of ACP. I'm very clear on this topic. Then, even if we consider best practice 1 month, then 3 months is the time till the completion. And again, you add the reporting time of 1 month. So ideally, it is 4 months. It's a rough calculation, very rough calculation. It's a guesstimation. It's not estimation, it's my guesstimation. Because the reason is that different labs have a different workload. We cannot challenge you also that you can only do QC testing. You have other priorities also. You have internal audits also. You have other tasks also to perform. So the request from the industry is to the positive note is that KPI has to be decided. If some customer has sent an email to you, please clarify the timeline. That within the 5 days you will clarify, within the 4 days you will clarify, or what is the KPI? Basically, what is the turnout time of that to finalize the request? If the request is not finalized by you or by the customer, then it is okay. At least the concurrence will be there in a 1 week time. The second important step is the testing time. What you have mentioned in many slides, 15 days, 10 days. It's not an ideal time. It's the time that you consider only one sample or one rating at a given frame of time. So please consider the completion. No company except very small MSMEs have the one rating. Normally the ratings are in 10 to 15 ratings for the multinational company. That means it itself have a time of 4 to 5 months for completing of one sequence. So that is not anyway justified. So this also need to look how this can be optimized by using the multiple beds, as Madhusudan already said for 6098. Same we are looking for 60947 series. Multiple requests. Now in this phase, when there is a deadline of May 2025, we all know there are almost 6 to 7 varieties of products at the same time running. So maybe you can get the request of contractor. On the other side, the same for the breaker also and the starter also. How you can do that, the best possibility to involve all the products at the same time and also from the different manufacturer. That is what industry is looking now. So that's my point to say and also looking forward for the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
See, actually, before you answer it, it gives me again a thought of my calculation to not to reach 65 years. But you know what I have calculated, the total number of samples are 6,146 in phase 2, which are having a deadline of May 25. Your answer, please.
These are still indicative. It might be more.
Maybe some 8 to 9 manufacturers time.
Yeah.
And plus some more. Capacity and the shift program. That's more important.
So through this question, we would like seek your opinion on that. What should be the solutions? Yeah.
We may not seek the answers right now, but at least we can think about it. The optimization should be there.
Right, sir. So now we have a hard stop for the questions.
One question.
Yeah. The last question is
yes. Question is same because the timeline, from high level I am saying. Part 2 is still going on. There is, you can say, test is not complete, test is going on. And again, part 4 also coming up, and also together. So how do you manage prioritize? Suppose if I submit the samples, because find the slot is a big challenge. If I request where what, then I get a slot after 2 months. This is also a big challenge because the deadline is very close for the part 4. Then how do you manage?
All concerns heard. I have one question. When you are planning to apply for the test, when are you planning to apply for the test? Please tell. If manufacturers are ready to apply, we will definitely look into timelines as well as the streamlining the process. So if you are ready to apply, we are ready to start the process. But how many of the present audience has applied for the testing right now for the May 25 timeline? Can you raise your hands, please? So in a not more than 10% are applying for the testing, I think so. So if you apply for the testing, so represent, okay sir, that's okay. So I am just telling you, if you apply for the testing, it will really help us to optimize the lab resources and our resources to get the job done within the timeline. Until and unless you apply for the testing, we cannot optimize our resources. So if you are ready to apply, then we are ready to listen.
Tushar, but we have Narin here. So, but you are talking about the phase 2, right? We are having a good experience about the phase 1, right? Once we apply, and how much time it takes to get it completed, as rightly told by the Rahul and the Rasogi, right? What time is being said is 10 to 15 days or 4 days, right? Actually, it is not 10 to 15 days. It is much more than that. Second question, right? Today we are seeking the timeline extension for the phase 2, right? But here with the given number of samples, right, we want to know from the lab side how much time they are going to test that much sample. That will be helping us to take up the case with the MHI.
Sir, for that part, with respect to testing completion on timeline, I just would like to request you, inform you on that case that initially the 30th September deadline was decided, and whatever the samples were submitted on the date of 30th September or before that, all has been completed within the timeline. A slight delay was there, I accept that, but if you are committed to the timelines, we will ensure that your testing and licensing are get done within the time. So if you please suggest us your deadline. See when you will be applying for the final samples, when you will go for the BIS application process, we will ensure that you will get your license on time.
So I will tell you what we are talking about, the very ideal situation, right? Once we are applying, testing is going on, a lot of challenges will also come, right? That is but obvious, right? Irrespective of
the failure rate there only shown 70% is the failure rate. So you have to go for retesting. So all these factors are there. See, assume I apply today. I have 200 product ranges. The total count is coming 2,000, 4,000 something. Nitinji said. Assume that we apply today. How much time lab will take? At least that estimate has to be there to have a practical discussion.
Sir, 2 to 2.5 months.
It is impossible, sir.
Sir, we are dealing with the situation.
Sir, multiple companies, 4,000 samples in 2.5 months. I don't think it is possible.
Sir, I don't want to go into the presumptions. I am just telling you the facts. We are monitoring the whole process very closely. If your sample has reached to the lab, if your payment has been done, if your all prerequisites are done, then we are doing this.
Tushar, we are talking about the phase 2,
sir, but we will discuss in detail in the further coming sessions. So
Hello. Yeah, Tusharji. Yeah. Actually, this topic need to be analyzed separately. We can have another question answer session after the EMA session. Then we can have a more discussion on this part. So to conclude this session, it has been a very great session, question answer session. Now I request Chairman sir to kindly honor our speakers with a token of appreciation. I would request Chairman sir to kindly come up on stage. First, I request Mr. Maheshwar Rao, sir, please. Please give a big round of applause. Mr. Y. Pathan, sir. Thank you. Mr. Madhusudan, sir. I also request Vasudev Murthy, sir, to kindly come up on stage. Thank you. Vasudev Murthy, sir. So with this, we are concluding our first session by the testing labs. We will now have a 1 hour lunch break, and we will see you after the break. Chairman sir, I would request you to have a good photograph, please. I request member before having a lunch, we are planning to have a one group photograph at the reception, at the entrance of the gate. All participants are requested to be right now. Thank you.
website for FMCS also, where you can see your applications online. So, application, review of documents, preliminary factory inspection, testing of samples, payment of fees, grant of license. The testing will come up above the application. So, all the processes are same. You need to apply separate application for each IS for same location also. That is not to be taking for foreign certification. It may be 2 days, it may be 5 days, it may be 10 days. So based on that, the FMCA department will again communicate you through mail that you need to pay this much of fees again to FMCA, and then your application process will be, application number will be recorded. Because without fees we cannot record it. But to know the exact amount of the application, we need to scrutiny how many technical files we have given, how many number of days we will be required there, which country we are going. So all this process will involve a process will involve all the things to be evaluated, and then we will know you what is the entire fees that you need to pay. So I will request that you pay the 2000 fees, get your application recorded, and then pay the fees once FMCS communicates.
Ashish Rastogi, CNS Electric Plant. As a manufacturer, I have placed the request in the Manak online portal, but lab is accepted or not accepted. You reject this request, and there is no provision to check the test request.
You have the provision. If you have generated a test request,
Yeah.
you will see generated.
Yeah.
If the lab has accepted the test report, you will see sample under testing or forwarded to sample. We can
You can check the status, as sir was saying, whether the sample is under test, lying with the sample cell, it has reached the testing section in our portal.
All the things are available on our portal. You can see that.
Hello, I was just checking the can I speak? FAQ section. Here there is a point written which is what is the procedure for white labeled products to be covered under CRS? It says no, white labeling is not permitted under EEQCO. Every manufacturer or OEM must obtain a license from BIS as per scheme X and guidelines. So does that mean that white labeling is not allowed? Or if it is allowed, both the manufacturer and the marketer should have it? I didn't understand this point completely.
It is from BS FAQ.
This is a FAQ on this implementation of EEQC.
There are two sets of FAQ.
Okay.
I'll tell you. One is from MHI section, and one is of BIS. So please check. I don't think that I have taken anything from white label.
Nothing is mentioned on this page.
You have downloaded it, so you must be knowing if you have downloaded from MHI website or BIS.
They have all.
But
that's MHI. That's MHI.
So
Hello, sir. The white labeling is not allowed. White labeling is not allowed. Be very specific.
It says here, no, white labeling is not permitted under EEQCO. So, I mean, every manufacturer or OEM must obtain a license. So, if the manufacturer has obtained a license and he is white labeling to someone else, so how does this work?
It's a case of rebranding, and BIS has already issued guidelines with respect to rebranding.
if you have some specific question, you can reach out to me at cmd3@bs.gov.in. I can give you entire explanation, but I have to see the entire question first. I know that rebranding is not allowed for one of any of the product in BS.
Sir, white label rebranding means
He is saying that if I am having a manufacturer and I want to brand it in the name of this person,
so manufactured by
whether it is allowed or not. So we have two processes. One scheme 1 it is possible. For scheme 10 we don't have any guidelines yet. I have not published it. So I have not published any guideline for this rebranding or other things. For scheme 1 we have that white labeling is not allowed.
Hello, Pankaj Chaudhary from Phoenix Today. My question to you is, if I can have a multiple application in one audit for FMCS.
You can apply n number of applications.
If we can clear it in one audit.
That depends. That is what I said. If you are having a ISO 60947-3, 4-1, 5-1 for the same location, we'll try to get it clear in one go. But if it is a matter of thing that you should understand geographical difficulties for us also. Going there and taking a sanction for 10-12 days takes approval from ministry. So So it will take time for that. Rather than having that, you can go part by part and get your certification done quickly.
No, I'm just asking, is that
Is that
possible?
possible? I'll get to you for white labeling. I'll remember it.
Any other questions? Hello. Myself Kumar from KK Wind Solutions. I have a question. We are importing materials from overseas and we are building it in India. And we are producing this under a scheme called MOA. So does BIS is applicable for this particular scheme?
What product you are importing?
MCB and a lot of other electronic parts, and we are manufacturer for control panels. So during the import under a scheme called MOA, does BIS is a mandatory
Whatever product that has been notified by the government, whether it is MHI, DPIT or anything, you are for export, asking for export.
This is completely for export.
So for M1, you are buying the MCBs from where? Or you are making it?
No, we are importing from Denmark.
You are importing MCBs from Denmark, then assembling it in a panel, then exporting those panels to different countries.
Yeah, different panels. Yeah.
So for importing, whatever you are importing, whatever product that has been notified by any of the ministry, whether it is MHI, DPIT, MOC, DPCB, CPCB, any ministry, you have to take a license for this. Then you will get that product to your factory.
Okay, even if it is for export purpose?
You need to take a license before importing that product. Then you assemble it and then you sell it to.
No, this is not for.
I would like to answer that, but for the exports, QCO is not applicable. But with respect to MOAs, no such guidelines has been issued by DGFT till date. But you can apply for advanced authorization. There you have mentioned your quantities, and for that particular advanced authorization, you will not require any QC requirements. Are there?
Okay, if it is a direct export, if we have a deemed export where we select to Indian market and
No, sir, deemed exports are not.
Okay.
Not allowed.
And actually, we are operating under a scheme called MORE, which got inaugurated during 2020.
Sir, this scheme with respect to the MOAs, still no guidelines has been finalized or no discussions are under process. So once it get finalized with respect to the MOAs, we would like to represent your case along with the details so we can take up the issue with the corresponding ministries and corresponding divisions to simplify the process.
Yeah, I think from past 6 months we are getting a lot of queries from customs. Earlier to this, within this particular scheme, the shipments were used to get cleared. So this is a big constraint what we have. So I think
I am not able to.
I'm here. Okay.
So with respect to the customs, if you go to the MHI website, there is an announcement section where the EEQCO section is there, and all customs related clarifications are there. And if you are seeking any kind of a technical clarification, MHI has already formed a technical clarification committee. The process and all details are available. Kindly go through it and approach to us. We will be happy to help.
Yeah, thanks for that. But as you rightly told, for more scheme, I think still it's under discussion.
We are asking representation of the US scheme as well. If you have anything, please present us a proper case, and whatever the requirements are there to simplify your whole process, we will be happy to help.
Okay, thank you.
So, sir, I'm Pradyumta Pansukome. I have two questions. One is, as you told that for the separate sequence 1, 2, 3, that we can do in the different laboratory, or you can do the internal testing. For the internal testing, is this laboratory, internal laboratory is a certified laboratory, or we can do the testings in our internal laboratory which is not certified?
You will have to get it witnessed through BIS, the entire testing.
But it's not
for
as
sequence 1, if you get it from ERDA.
Yeah.
Let's say 2 and 3 you are getting for ERDA or CPRI, and 1 you want to carry out on your factory premise. Okay. So for 1, you need to get the entire sequence 1 to be witnessed from BIS official, and then the 2 and 3 that report that you are having with ERDA, that will be validated.
So it's not necessarily that laboratory certified. Okay. The The second question is we are manufacturing the products, which is comes under the EEQCO, but we are exporting these products. So in this case, EEQCO is applicable or not?
For exporting, EEQCO is not applicable.
Okay, thank you.
Myself, Yuvraj from Gorlan, India. Regarding the charges, apart from the testing lab charges, what is the charges for BAS we have to apply for the license?
It was available on my
For 609 for
yeah, for that only. That the page that I shown that where you can apply for Manak online portal.
Okay.
It contains the charges for technical file evaluation. It is 20,000. For certification fees, it is 25,000. That is available on our Manak online portal page. You can download that document and you can get an access to the fees. Entire fees has been given written there.
Thank you. One more question. What is the validity of this license?
It is minimum 3 years and maximum 6 years.
It will be revealed only after the testing? Or?
No, it is based on you. You want to take a license for 3 years or you want to take a license for 6 years?
You can take for 3 years or you can
You
take
need
up
to
to
pay
6
the.
years.
You just need to pay the fee.
Then what is that procedure for at the time of renewal? We have to come across all the testing. Repeat
renewal
the
does
testing.
not mean testing. Renewal means your application and the requisite fee. Only this.
Thank you.
I said, yeah, I'm this side from Bangalore. So for foreign manufacturer, I have one question with this respect to testing point only. So can I means my if I have the facility at my foreign end, so can I fully test the product at my that facility or I have to outsource it from the Indian level?
Yeah, that was covered during the June session that I said. If the testing facilities are available in India with CPRI, ERDA, US, anyone, we are having manufacturers lab also now. We are having total 9 labs. You need to get your sample tested from that lab and then apply for certification because it is a prerequisite of technical file that you need to have a test report from the third party.
Okay, so one more question. Over the guidelines document, I was seeing that there is some portal through which I have to generate a test report. But for foreign case, that's not supposed to.
Yeah, for foreign, it is not. I have said you that for foreign certification, it is entirely hard copy based. So if you want to test your sample to ERDA CPRI, you need to send a request directly from your foreign location to CPRI ERDA. Take a date from there for testing. Get your samples tested from here. Pay the fees to CPRI directly. Get the report and submit your technical file to BS and BS will process the application for grant application.
Okay. So one more last question. Over the portal, I also see this kind of a marking piece that is available for scheme type products.
I have said that marking fee is same. That we don't have a marking fees concept there. We have a certification fees concept and a technical file evaluation concept. That is 25,000 for each IS. Our certification fees is you have to take a license for minimum 3 years and a maximum of 6 years. For each technical file, you will have to pay a BIS a fees of 20,000 for evaluation of that. And each mandate will charge you 20,000. Entire fees structure is given on our Manak online portal. That document is available on our Manak online portal, and you can access that document and get your fees cleared from there.
Okay,
Hello, I'm Switchgear from Legrand. Thank you for your presentation. It's very clear. We had first workshop on June 2024. Now, after 6-7 months, we are having second workshop. Where again, new things which are introduced by BIS or MHI as a procedure part are very well and very clearly explained by you. I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion. Maybe a physical gathering may not be possible at a short interval. Is it possible to have online workshop? Because I don't say that the journey of evolution of all the procedural part has ended. Because till it may continue till the total implementation of this TCO. And if we can have online workshop, everybody will get benefited. It is not only the sharing of the information, but then in turn it results into speeding up the implementation phase of the TCO. Thank you. My suggestion is to have online workshop every 2 months or every 3 months.
Every 3 months we can hold an online workshop also. And then we can plan it. There is not an issue of having an online workshop. It will be easier. Everyone can access it from any site, remote site also.
Remote side participants will be
very easy enough to attend the workshop. Okay, we can think over it.
Yeah, but nevertheless, that we definitely recommend that next 6 months we'll have physical workshop.
Physical workshop, we will see. We'll try to avoid.
Maybe
we will have a good number of audience for the online workshop.
We can take the last question.
This is regarding like for MCB, you have a mandatory licensing scheme one, right? So suppose that MCB is also getting compliance with 609%.
You have missed my session of January and June actually. I have cleared it that time itself. If you have a MCB that is complying to 60947, also get your sample tested, submit the application to BIS, start dual marking on the product.
Yes. Okay.
I have cleared.
Okay, I have one question too. This is continuation of first session, I can say. As already from lab, we are taking 2.5 months, 3 months to get tested and get the report. And also again, BIS have its own timeline to verify and grant the license. When it comes together, it takes for a product, one family it takes around 4 months, 5 months, based on the testing time and the BIS certification grant. But any manufacturer will have many varieties. But based on the construction stand, we have many varieties, and the timeline is very stringent. We have to finish within the time. So overall, to reduce the timeline, how we are going to work? Like Amisha is.
And that's why I showed everyone that slide where I have missed a timeline of 171 days for granting cement.
Yes, sir. It's like
that I brought to 23 days. I think now 25 days are more than enough for BS. Under BS scheme 10 certification, we have a timeline of 60 days to grant a license. We have brought that 60 days, even reduced it more than half to 25 days now. So if you have all the files, all the technical files ready with you, we can grant it well within 3 weeks. But for the testing part, since we don't have that capability, sir, to test the entire series of
entirely independent. It is
an entirely independent
activity.
We cannot comment on that till some steps are taken by the government.
Yeah, this is not just question for the BS.
Yeah.
This is like opinion for the MHI,
Yeah,
for the labs and BS. If all the teams are working together, we have to reduce that time so that within the timeline we can get all the license.
We can ask sir.
For that, actually, CMD has given flexibility. If you have your own in-house test facility, BAS can visit your test facility in order to meet the timelines. That much flexibility we are giving. More than that, it is not possible, to my knowledge.
One more flexibility is there. If any lab that is already having accreditation for NABL for this kind of series, they can come up to BIS and BIS will not physically go and audit, sir. We are taking an undertaking from them. On desktop basis also we are granting the BIS LRC scheme nowadays. So I think BIS has been helping hand to hand with the manufacturers to get their products tested and getting the certification done as quick as possible.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Non-NABL is not allowed. NABL is a prerequisite. Yeah, NABL you have to submit the license and then in this context, which one?
If you are submitting technical equipment list and documents, it is based on desktop, provided the parameters are covered in your enable scope.
Suppose there is a manufacturing laboratory which is not yet NABL.
No, it should be enable. Enable is prerequisite.
Can be given for some time.
No, sir. At least few parameters should be covered in enable scope.
Okay, thank you, Rahul Vishkarma sir.
I have one last question about the license for the factory. Normally, licenses are granted standard wise, one standard, one license. But if one standard is having two different types of product, like category A and category B, both can be covered in the same license. Yeah. It's a different license.
Same license. It is same license, sir. It's just a category you are just segregating. Like we have phase-wise implementation, I just added. 440 volt is to be implemented now. 630 into next, then we have higher rating. So you'll get a license for 60947-2 only, or 440 now. 630 you get it tested, you will get it added up in the same licenses. You will not take a different license.
My question is under ISP 947-2 we have ACD, we have MCCD, we have
Everything
MCD.
will be covered under 60947-2 only. One license only.
That
All
means-
that are varieties of that standard, so it will be covered under the same standard, same license document.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rahul sir and J. Babu sir. We will take the question in another question answer session, sir. Thank you. I think we have taken sufficient questions. So, yeah. So, thank you, Vishkarma sir and J. Babu sir. Now, I request Chairman sir to kindly come on the stage and honor our speakers with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. I request J. Babu sir. Rahul Vishkarma sir. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for tea break again. 15 minutes, and we will rejoin after 15 minutes.
Yes, you know, don't want outside.
So welcome back after the break. So now we can proceed to our third session by EMA. So to begin with, I call Mr. Suresh Detam sir, Mr. Rahul Srivastava sir, and Vishnu Srivastava to kindly come up on the stage. Mr. Detalu, sir, he has 32 years of experience in low voltage switchgear. He also holds expertise in end-to-end quality assurance product certification for different standards marks, that is BIS, NF, CCC, and system certification, standardization and regulations for legal in India. He is also a member of Technical Committee of BIS, ETD 14, ETD 20, ETD 31, ETD 39, and also a member of MHA Technical Subcommittee meetings. We welcome you, sir. I request you to kindly come on the podium, sir, and deliver the presentation. Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Rahul Srivastava, he is a accomplished technocrat with over 17 years of experience in the low voltage switchgear industry. He is having broad spectrum of experience in product management, new product development. He is also a key contributor in the field of lab accreditation, assessment, critical testing, and type testing. He is well-known figure in the International Electrotechnical Commission (IEC) community and active involvement in BIS ETD 07 and ETD 35. He is also a recipient of IEC 1906 award. This award is granted in recognition of exceptional recent individual achievement at IEC level. We welcome you, sir. So next, Mr. Vishnu Srivastava. He is an electrical engineer with an MBA from IIM Lucknow. He holds nearly 2 decades, 18 plus years of experience in commissioning of automation equipments like drive, PLC, SCADA, technical training on low, medium voltage switchgear. He's also taking care of business development and marketing and currently serving as an offer marketing leader at Schneider Electric. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Shri Detalu, sir, to kindly deliver the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries of today's function, BS Awaleji, DG CPRI, Shri Gaurav Joshi ji, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Shri Satish Chetwani ji, Director ERDA, expert speakers, and esteemed participants. I'm really happy, privileged, and honored to address the gathering at today's workshop on electrical equipment quality control order. I, along with my colleague Mr. Rahul Srivastava, Mr. Vishnu Srivastava, shall present you the review of quality control order, the evolution of the different outcomes of the working along with the MHI and BIS on different processes, challenges ahead, challenges faced, mitigations. We are aware that in the morning during the inaugural session, Mr. Nitin Rastogi and Mr. Kuril covered some of the points even during the vote of thanks, the review of the quality control order. But it was not really the intent to cover our presentation, but to put forward the urgency to review these things. So we are aware that the quality control order, it was initially issued in 2020 and it covers 8 standards. 60898 IS/IC 60898 has 8 series of standards. So it can be equated to 8 quality control orders. And considering the challenge, considering the vast scope of this quality control order, Ministry of Industries formulated a technical committee, the core committee, with which we work along with the different stakeholders, and then the process was evolved. Electrical Equipment Quality Control Order, even though it was released in 2020, which was subsequently amended, there was an extension, and second amendment came in 2024. However, the real work started at the end of 2023 because in between the work was impacted because of the COVID pandemic. There was a slowdown of the processes. There were less meetings. Of course, these because of the vast scope and the limited resources available in the lab. Initially, during working, it was estimated that if we go as it is for the implementation of quality control order, it would have taken more than 50 years for the implementation. So the need was felt to have the simplification, find out the solution, and that is how we, IMA core committee member collaborated with MHI and BIS to work on evolution of the solutions. Finally, it worked out to be, and then it resulted in the release of the second amendment quality control order, which was not but the phase-wise implementation of each standard of IS/IC 6094 series of standard. So the quality control order, second amendment quality control order has the phase-wise implementation for -2, -3, -4, and -4, -5. So all the parts were having the step-by implementation with the estimation of the timeline. When we recap and when we view the working of different stakeholders, these are the brief about the things which are available online. But to just brief you, the Bureau of Indian Standard evolved the guidelines for the Scheme 10. Initially, the quality control order was released under Scheme 2. Then Scheme 10 was evolved along with MHI, and the detail of product manual, fee structure, guidelines, FMCG application clarification, they are all available on BS website. MHI worked on the release of the quality control order, then they have released some portion of the FAQs. Some portion of the FAQs were released by BS. Then awareness workshop, obviously it was under the leadership, even though IMA is organizing it, it was under the leadership of MHI and BS. Yes. Subcommittee worked along with all stakeholders for the evolution of the implementation process of the quality control order. Even though everything is available online, but implementation phase for the stakeholder or the applicant requires a planning. Why? Because MHI has given some of the tools to the applicant, and they are simplified guidelines, so they are available online. So there is a simplification of standards, selection of the samples, which sample to be selected. Lab realization, generally in other schemes of BIS, you are required to test the product in one lab only for all sequences. Whereas here the lab realization, you can utilize different lab depending on the load, depending on your convenience. Maybe one sequence can be tested in one lab, another sequence can be tested in another lab. So it allows the multiple lab uses. Then one more point is there in the Scheme 10, or also clarified by BIS, that old report, if any, 5 years old, they can be considered for acceptance. So this use can also be done for planning the or BIS certification. When we work on these different processes, we cannot say these are the challenges and mitigation, but they are the pointers. Because when we started working on the implementation phase of quality control order, along with the different stakeholders, so we were the one of the stakeholder. We can say we were the supporting stakeholder. Then we have some challenges and then mitigation, and there are the pointers. It is good to view this point because total implementation of quality control order is not over. It is still in progress. We can say it has just begun. So we can say we need to review the infrastructure gaps. Insufficient testing facility for high demand of the certification requirement. So when we say insufficient infrastructure, it doesn't mean that today any labs has insufficient. They are insufficient considering the level of the load. Probably when we review this with labs or when we discuss with them, they are in the opinion they are not aware about the load. So it is both way. That manufacturer has to project their load, accurate information about the testing which can be there in next 6 months or 1 year, so that labs can plan if they want to plan improvement in the infrastructure. Continuous lab equipment availability. We are aware that the labs use equipment and equipment and panel can go under breakdown, and we cannot say that it will never go, but it's the reality. Sometimes that there is a gap of 2 months or 3 months because of the breakdown, which is a real time example. So nobody can be blamed, but there was a for that period no testing. Technological gap. This we are suggesting that technological gap means we are having the portal for domestic BS application lab booking, but what we don't have, and when we review total time taken, we were discussing in the morning, the time taken for testing is 425 days, some say 1.5 months, and then the applicant say it has taken 3-4 months. When applicant say 3-4 months means it has taken from the day they decided to start testing and make an application, but significant time in some cases has gone in communication between labs and the applicant. So when you have to book the lab, you have to send the data, they will ask question, they will send the quotation, will again ask the question, then they will say it is 3 sample, 4 sample, and it will take long time. So what we suggest that if the lab adopt online, even though there is no portal, but online in their portal format, which can be foolproof, and the applicant will necessarily put the information and he will not make mistake. Or in the format, they can provide some information, how to fill the information, and then there will be no gaps. If you see both way, according to lab, there is a lack of information. They have not provided the sample, they have not provided the maybe advances. But from the applicant side, they are okay. They said that the labs has not provided this information. This can be a situation. To avoid such discussion and delay, it will be better if you have online format. Even though having online system could be a long process, but online format you can have. So anybody, whether it's a foreign manufacturer or domestic, they can fill the information, data sheet. I'm talking about technical data sheet, and without which they will not be able to submit you the intent. It will ensure, it will save your time also, our time also, it will shorten the thing. Then human resource constraint. Normally, if we talk about the total ecosystem, in ecosystem, maybe the bottleneck was coming from the lab, and we suggest that the labs can adopt maybe their efficiency calculation in terms of OE, and OE is a general terminology used by any manufacturing or any testing location to indicate that what is the as against their standard time, the efficiency, overall equipment efficiency. I was discussing in the morning with Mr. Jatwani, and he was very happy to have such type of bargaining. Imagine that CPRI, ERDA, or UL, they declare that their OE is 95%, which means that there is no delay, internal or loss of time in between. Then adaptation of the standard updates. Probably, if we are talking about lab accreditation for the as per the latest standard, sometimes it takes time, probably because they are applied, BS audit is waiting. But then for the applicant, it is the old standard. They cannot start testing, even though BS was kind enough to confirm that even they can start testing and the labs will issue the latest report. Then is certification timeline. FMCS and all these parts will be in detail will be covered by my colleagues. But one thing is that when we reduce the timeline from 50 years or 65 years to 3-4 years, there was one assumption. That assumption was that testing time was considered 12 days per series of the testing intake. But we know it has taken longer time. Even ERDA has presented shortest time 25 days. UL 1 month, CPRI similarly. So we request NHI to consider this point. This is the actual working available in fact sheet. The 12 days were considering the number of samples, number of sake of the manufacturer, and there were only few. Then it's not exhaustive list. So please consider that because it is the reality. The 12 days were considered, and we know what is the reality. When we take the overview of today's situation for Skipton, so this is the situation. Considering the 10th November 2024, the completion for 74. This can be corrected, but fairly 1 week before this was studied by EMA with BIS and MHI. Then for foreign manufacturer, out of 5, only 3 are granted, 2 are still in process. So everywhere the picture is that we have also taken out the details of the total revenue which will be impacted by these licenses. So it is very huge. So we request your attention on this point, Gaurav Doshi sir. And this is not because see when at the beginning when you open the topic with IMA and then the different manufacturer, everybody is keen for certification. But certification, there is a mandatory requirement that the testing will be conducted and by the BS approved lab. So we have to follow this process, and this is the situation. We don't say that somebody has called. We are also at the maybe in delay, but this is not intentional delay. It is created by the situation and the system and information provided and is available. So that's all on the review on the thing. I request Mr. Rahul to take over the further. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. To all the dignitaries present in this forum, lab fraternity, and my all friends from the industry. So, on behalf of EMA or industry, we are here to present some data, basically. And it's called fortunate, or I would say the opportunity for me to always present the challenges from the industry side. So, this is a complete framework which is being here now from the QC order, and it is the year-wise with respect to the deadline as well as all the product portfolios. If we can see here, the first roadblock. The first roadblock, what we can see is the 4-2 and 4-3. We are already in discussion with the MHI and how to handle this 4-2 and 4-3 when there is a substantial less number of testing is possible. So this is the first indication that out of these 8 standards, these 2 standards, how to handle it. Because it is clear, I have seen only in today's CPRI presentation that some part of 4-2 is possible in CPRI Bangalore. But however, even though one sequence is not possible, that means it is not covering the complete standard requirement. And without completing the standard requirement, it is not imperative to test it for some of the sequences. So this is the first block. The second block, now I have removed the 2024 because this is already past and now we are talking about the future. So 10th May 2025. So this complete red horizontal block is now in the scope of this year, which is the May 2025 deadline. That was some error there in my side. So this is May 2025 deadline. So now you can see that these 2 things are added. One thing is the all major products in this time span of 1 year, basically not as 1 year, but yes, it is in the May 2025. Here also the testing guidelines is almost, we can say, released, or it is given by the BIS in November 2024 in the form of the product manual. But it's still we are waiting for the guidelines to be released by MHI. It's in product manual right now, the testing guidelines for the other standards other than the circuit breaker. So these two things are added up to now. Now if we go the third part more precisely, here the reason why to say 3 blocks is there is always some spillover from the last year 2024. Not for all the companies, but yes, surely for some of the companies are there. So there is some spillover to the lab from 2024. Then there is some also delay in decisions. What we can see in terms of the critical rating testing decision, how to handle the ratings which are higher short circuit, which are not available in the labs. So still the decisions are not there. That's what the industry perspective to take it very fairly here. Because the discussions are there, it has been discussed in ETD 07. Fair enough, the national format also has been shared, but it is still not finalized. And if it is still not finalized, then the rules are not final, then nobody can submit the report without this. So request from the industry side, which is in the bottom, because the suggestion is now more from the industry side, completing last 1 year, and also the quite experience with all the agencies, which are surely supportive one, but still there are gaps. And that's the reason we are here to say how to mitigate this risk and how to handle these gaps. So the way forward from my friends from the EMA complete, because we have gathered a lot of inputs from the EMA manufacturers. This is not from 1 or 2 manufacturers. This is a brainstorming session from the last 1.5 months when we came to know that this seminar will be there. So we have collected a lot of database, lot of topics that how to present it here. And then some key topics are present here. Maybe some of the things, some topics are missed out also. So the first is the adequate timeline to be gauged for May 2025 because of adding all these 3 factors. That's the prominent elements you can see, and that is I think 90% of the manufacturers who are sitting here have this in their mind and about the timeline of May 2025. Surely the inputs required by MHI, the inputs required by BIS, yes, that the manufacturers has to submit the application on time. Manufacturers has to do the testing on the time. It's clear. We will do that. I think on behalf of EMA, we are in the position to say that May 2020, that in the last year we have done well. So this year also we are going to be in the same phase. Now only topics or the suggestions are the timeline, first thing. Second thing is the release of simplified guidelines other than the circuit breaker. So that also we need to see from the MHI to be released. It is there, it's not stopping us because it is in the form of the product manual by the BIS. But still, if the gazette order is there, then it is having a more weightage for any document because only circuit breaker guidelines are having a weightage of because of the release through the proper channel. These other guidelines are still not released, but it is not stopping us surely. But this is the point to address. The third thing is 4-2 and 4-3, which is already I have mentioned in first time that extension is required till the feasible solution. Because here is this chicken and egg theory as always comes. We say first submit the request and then come for the extension or then come for the solution. But here is a different topic. We have discussed in the last meeting that FMCD is not allowed till date, maybe the decision will change tomorrow. Till date it is not allowed to submit any application of 4-2 and 4-3 without the test report. If we are going to, as a manufacturer, if we are going to submit it, maybe it is a very small amount of $2,000 equivalent dollar, but then the application will be rejected because there is no report in of that. And if it is rejected, then again doing all this generally it's not a simple topic. So my request for 4-2 and 4-3 on behalf of complete manufacturing industry to MHI and BIS that please take on this topic very carefully because we have only 4 months. We are not delayed. We are continuously hammering this topic 4-2 and 4-3. Otherwise, if we are allowed to submit the application, there are very less number of applications for this. Maybe 3 or 4 applications will be there. The next topic is the faster decisions on the critical topics like what is already going on. Awareness for the higher rating greater than 690. I have seen morning lot of slides from the labs. Surely it's stock up to 690 volt, more than 690 volt. Because right now for the solar application, many of the manufacturers have 800 volt rating. What to do about 800 volt rating? We have the written communication from the lab that there is no possibility of 800 volt testing. So how to handle that? Because this is still in discussion, these topics. The two topics which is already now in the national forward in the draft stage is the sum rating of football breaker testing and also the lower rating less than 5 ampere. So these two things are already in the draft stage, but it is still not concluded. So my request, if it is can be done in a faster way, because in absence of this, the manufacturers who are actively involved in the forum, they know that this is already not there, so the file can be gone smoothly. But who are not involved, they are facing a lot of trouble in that case. And we are having a lot of questions from the manufacturers to EMA that what to handle about this. And some of the manufacturers are not even submitting the samples to the lab because they don't know how to handle this. If 150 kA short circuit facility is not there, what to do? So that statement or that generic things has to become at a faster decision. That's our request. Now, this slide also now have very less meaning now because my friend from BIS have already covered my lot of point. I know how he read my mind yesterday. We had met 10 minutes at airport and I think he read my mind and he completely changed his presentation. So thank you, Rahulji. I think you have already mentioned a lot of points, but still there is a scope of improvement. I would always press on this topic because many of the manufacturers have this trouble and we had faced in the last 1 year a very critical time on this topic of foreign factories license. So the first topic is the technical file application submission in hard copies. It's really a very tiresome job, very cumbersome. We have to take 2 briefcases like Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman and go to the FMCD and say, I am coming for the foreign license applications. So like this, we have to travel many times to Delhi with my team. Yeah. So that's the reason that when Mr. Rahul has said that there would be a possibility of online, it would really give us a lot of relief. Otherwise, this month, this year also, this will be started again and again. The next topic is the tedious process of payment. This is also one thing we also want to impress upon, that the US dollar payments, this is surely a one topic to handle because not the topic of only payment. The payment of $20 or $1,000 or $5,000 is not matter. The payment from the foreign banks are happened, but what we have faced in last 3 of our application is interbank transfer. The money has been transferred from the European bank and they have sent an email to the remittance branch in India and remittance branch said we don't have received any amount in India. 30 days have been went. We have an example. We have submitted it to the DDG also in BIS. 30 days have been example. We have only followed up with Indian bank that where this money has gone. Finally, we came to know that this money has been there in the remittance branch, not in the BIS branch. And then finally it is transferred to BIS branch. Then BIS act fastly. So there is no point on the BIS. We don't have any complaint to BIS. But the process is still cumbersome. How to handle it? This timeline, that complete time from European bank coming or any other foreign bank to the BIS branch is still taking 1.5 months normally. The third process is also not in our control, it is the auditor's visa. So coordination, because every time what happened, we have seen, maybe some of you also knows, that the FMCD is the department for handling the foreign license. But the auditors who are allotted for this topic, they may not from the FMCD department. They may from the branch offices, they may from the Delhi office, they may from the any offices. Then the first important thing is to coordinate with them. We request that there is a centralized monitoring team. Our request will also cover. Right now the challenge is that the coordination between FMCD and the auditor. In some cases where the auditor is sitting in the Delhi, it's quite easy to handle this because the FMCD and the Delhi office is in the same building. But if the branch office is sitting in somewhere Faridabad or somewhere in Punjab, then it is again a topic to discuss on the phone when you are going for the visa, when we are submitting the application form, what is the date for the invitation letter, when is your free. It's itself taking a lot of time. It's a very small thing, but for the foreign manufacturers, these are very important things. Finally, time to grant of visa also, because this is not in control of any manufacturing facility or any manufacturers that how to grant the visa. Some may take 15 days, some may take 1.5 months also. The next point is the post-visit challenge also, the timeline. That we had faced some critical topic of timeline of allocation. I know that this was a special topic for the timeline last year, but it will not come again. This is no guarantee. So for this also we need something how to handle this timeline. Okay, that should we take some months in advance to apply for this, or how much time we have to take it in advance? Then further payments in US dollar. So once your visit has been done, the license has been granted, then again there is a process of payment of the regular fees also. Then again this format jugglery is involved. So finally, if we see 1, 2, 3, and 4, the overall process time is 4 to 5 months for one license. And this is very conservative, I'm saying right now. Only the process time. This doesn't include the testing time. So you have to keep separate the testing timeline. And now you can see how much the timeline for the first foreign license you have here. Now, so the way forward, what's the industry's suggestion is, for the first is already there, online submission facility and monitoring the domestic license like similar way, because for the domestic license it is going very well. You would say that it is going very well. So similar way this has to be there within the online mode. The second way for the payment, normally for all the FMCD as what the process shown by BIS, it is mentioned that AIR, that means authorized Indian representative, is always there. So that AIR has to be empowered to pay that amount into the Indian rupees. That possibility will reduce this timeline to less than half of this complete timeline. For the visa, monitoring through centralized window, that is our suggestion from to the BIS. Like for the domestic they are doing, same for the foreign license it has to be. For the post visit, this is a similar way like the topic 2. The authorized Indian representative can pay in INR and it will resolve many of the topics in this case. And then only this total overall time can be reduced. So this is all from my side. Thank you. Hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Rahul. And good evening to all dignitaries present out there. I'm Vishnu Srivastava on behalf of EMA. I'm the last speaker, so will not take much of time so that we can come to the next round, which is Q&A, and then wrap up the session. And before me, all the learned and experts have already spoken, so I'm still scratching my head what to speak now. That's always the difficulty of last speaker. You all can agree to this. Moreover, I am less of technocrat from this topic perspective of quality control orders, which is more of a certification and licensing topic, which is purely our Indian engineering certification driven topic. And I am kind of an outlier being marketing. I think I and Puri might be a little, you can say, outsider to this, you can say, whole program. Okay, so in terms of technical expertise, but that's why I was thinking, let me bring another view, a diversified view of this whole program. What we would want to present is where we are today, then how tomorrow will look like, which is after 120 days nearly on 11th of May 2025, and then why is it so that on the sunrise of 11th of May 25 the things will not be so rosy, and then what do we do about it? So these are the three: what, where, and how we have fabricated our presentation. And taking us through, so this presentation is nothing but the summary of all which has been heard since morning, starting with Gaurav sir's speech about Make in India, and I'm sure nobody in the hall sitting in the hall will contradict that. That we as an Indian, we all of us are Indian, and we will proudly be aligned and are already aligned to this Make in India initiative. And on behalf of industry, I proudly say that it's not just Make in India. We are already making in India. If you see the stats in terms of revenue of phase 1 and phase 2, nearly 90% revenue is generated from domestic manufacturing. So we are already the top class student, you can say double quote, the best boys of the class who are already scoring 90% in the report card. But our competition is to ourselves. Right? We have to compete with ourselves. We don't have to look with other sectors who might be not in such great shape of domestic or manufacturing also. So, but again, there is a reason that why 11% or so is still being imported after decades of presence of, you can say, all the manufacturers. That because these 11% which is left out, if I take one example, The 11%, which is nearly, I would say, 569 crores, 50% of that, right, is an example of MPC, a motor protection circuit breaker, which is a highly complex product in nature, right? An MCB of say 200 mm or so is compressed into say few centimeters, and then the same type of competency or capability of 100 kiloampere short circuit breaking is compressed into that. That would be a lot of high precision manufacturing and high in automation. And so definitely we as an industry are ready to compete with ourselves, ready to move further from 90% to maybe 100% someday, right? In very near future. But definitely that will not happen overnight. Had that been so easy, we would have already been 100% score, not 89%. So that's our request. We can highlight. Another important topic is taking clue from what Rahulji mentioned, and in fact I congratulate the entire BIS team from bringing down that 171 days to 223 days of guarantee. It's a remarkable feat in their cap. But that was, I think, more for domestic, and we had seen the statistics of foreign as well. They got a 15 license, I guess, 2 or maybe 3 granted. So in foreign, where it's still not there. And if I take another clue from Rahul Srivastava, my earlier speaker, that it took nearly 4 to 5 months for granting one FMCS license or getting one license. So in phase 2, we have 41 FMCS license, and 5 months we can do the math. So we can see that this much time might be, you can say, consumed by the FMCS process altogether. So what do we do with this 11%? Right? We need to be mindful of that. Again, FMCS, so we cannot be totally allergic to this. That's a humble request. Like we should, if we can have sufficient time, we can find solution to this and way forward of the products we are importing. That how do we solve this problem? And at the same time, there could be different views. Let's say what we are dreaming is make India for the world. It's not just make India for India. Otherwise, will not be, you can say, economic enough or cost competitive enough to compete with the rest of the world. So what we want to achieve is make in India for the world. But if others also take India, okay, we don't take yours and I won't take yours, then again it would be a tricky situation for all of us. So I think considering Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in mind, we can always look forward for positive solutions to that. Next is, so this was where we are, like we are already making in India significantly red, and we fully commit that we should take it to 99% or plus, so right. But let's see how and when it should be possible. Next is where we are. So this is what we have presented now. How the future will look like on 11th of November. So for understanding that on 11th of November, assuming that enough licenses are not in place, it means as per the BIS, as per the EEQCO guidelines of the gadget, we are not allowed to manufacture or sell those products. It's against law. So in absence of power, what can happen? In absence of low voltage switchgear, what may go wrong? So low voltage switchgear is just not just another product; it's an essential commodity. The room we are sitting in might be powered by some MCCB or ACB, right? And if you see the phase 2 complexity, a single, you can say, auxiliary contact having one NC to 2000 ampere of a bulky ACB, right? So that is the diversity of phase 2, the complexity involved in the testing in the product behavior itself altogether. So phase 2 is, phase 1 was, in fact, that's why you would see we were near to distinction, 72% achievement for domestic, because phase 1 was still a little simpler, like one nature of the product. But here in phase 2, we have part 4, part 5, and part 2, have 3 different parts in 3 different directions, and complexity of the product is simple auxiliary contact to complex bulky elephant like 2000 ampere of ACB, which powers up a whole building we are setting, a whole province we are setting into. And if you see the value chain, so how it, a tiny electrical component like MCCB goes into a panel, and it makes the panel value could be 2. So these are just guesstimations, don't go by the numbers, but go into the emotions and the spirit of the messaging into it. And this is forming a part of machinery being exported, or the infrastructure being developed, the factories, the buildings, the data centers, the transportations, railways or metros, or anything else, what we have quoted. So on 11th of May, if we don't have enough license, I'm sure there would be some or the other impact would be, the heat would be faced by all these recipients of the product, and definitely things might get delayed. So definitely we need to see the inclusive picture, the larger picture, and how tomorrow will look like. Again, so this is how it is. Another important aspect of it is the value chain, like how do we operate? So we are making a switchgear, but again, manufacturing itself, so we market it, it goes to distributor, to panel vendor, to different OEM manufacturers, and it travels to different layers, to different intermediaries, and it goes. and they are like, although most of the manufacturers are organized sector representation, but the panel builders or the distributors, they are hybrid of organized and inorganized sector. So I'm sure they would also be facing hate going forward tomorrow from 11th of May onwards. So that is a situation we need to be mindful of, and then how what kind of chaotic situation it might create. So it could be a pandemic kind of situation or chaotic kind of a situation going forward. So this is how the way the tomorrow may look like, right? And that gives us sleeplessness, like to all of us, all the manufacturers, like to Rahul, Goril, Lutenji, or everybody else. When we interact within IMA and we share our common emotions, so all of us are sleepless. Like, okay, the timelines are tough and much more to achieve in terms of licensing. And then where we are struggling, why this is not happening, why in spite of 72% in phase one, we can say achievement, why we couldn't still. So, like this morning, I think there was a lab representation. CPRI claimed 30 days of testing. ERDA claimed 25 days. There was for UL. And let's take a very unrealistic calculation. Like and as we say, I'm sure like these details might not have been envisaged when we were doing earlier deliberation, while framing the routing guidelines, etc. Because devil is always in the detail. The more you get into details, then you come to know the reality. And as of now, what we as a group or industry, what we have shared is 6,146 samples to be shared. Now, Leopard is 30 days of one sample testing time end to end, like when all the signals are green. Let's take an unrealistic scenario of, let's say, there are total 11 labs in consideration. Few are approved, few are under approval. So it will take at least 550 days, which is around years, right, to get all the product samples to be tested. So that's the workload is there, and definitely there is a very unrealistic scenario that is 11 samples being qualified, tested every day, right? And then this is the statistics. And if you replace this 1 by 30 and then further, I think things can go change further. And we don't know. This is only for phase 2. And phase 1 backlog is still, I understand from many of our colleagues across industries, is still there in labs, right? And there are a lot of manufacturers who are purely dependent on third-party labs, so definitely they will be late. So again, it's not everybody is same level. So we don't have to just look at the equality, but the equity, that all should get a similar comfort and you can say a similar level of support, so that the voltage industry can thrive further. And another reason what we could see is like definitely, like as anyway, this is a repeat point, that decision making. So this is a triangle or quadruple, whatever it is. Like we have Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Power, and then on the other side there's a consortium of manufacturers, which is 20 plus, right? There could be more. For sure, there are many more, right? So we already have a group of EMA. In fact, there was a proposal. In fact, I only proposed that the labs also can have a consortium, so that all lab-related issue, EMA and that lab consortium will sit every month and then resolve all these, you can say, administrative issues, so that we can fast track on that, right? And if anybody delays the decision, who is the recipient? It is the manufacturer, because if in fact, another issue, like somebody reported about the white labeling, there is no guideline existing. Like, what will happen? I'm sure there would be a sizable market of white labeling as well. So if there is no guideline, what will happen? It's in gray area. It will take time. Whosoever has raised the query will face the consequences. So we need to be what we are requesting is just a little more support. There is no denial that we will not do. Definitely, like the other. So that's what, and that 72% achievement of phase 1 licensing accomplishments clearly demonstrate that we as an industry are fully committed to this quality control order objective, both quality and make in India for sure. But only request is we need a reasonable time, so that we can also support the infrastructure, because what we feel we are powering up the nation, and empowering it. Without power, I think the nation, the largest objective of 2047, being a developed nation, may not be fulfilled. So that with this closing remark, I request that how do we take this situation forward, which like on 11th of May, how the things will look like, and look forward to support from everybody. So that is it. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Rahul sir. Thank you, Suresh sir, and thank you, Vishnu Srivastav sir. Now I request Chairman sir to kindly honor our speakers with the token of appreciation, please. I request Suresh sir to kindly come up on the stage. Rahul Srivastava sir and Vishnu sir, please.
He and Rahul were the people who were sitting in good place in Nasik and making the first big landings. Thank you. Thank you, Suresh, for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. See, again, one more, pillar in our Imam, a dedicated person for the committee and all the rest. And congratulations. Thank you, Vishnu. Great show from the marketing perspective. And in fact, we will have a implementation PCO. So, thank you so much.
So now I take this honor to take this to give this token of appreciation to our chairman sir, Mr. Nitin Slogi sir. We are always grateful for Nitin sir that whenever we required his support, the way he's leading our quality control orders, that is remarkable. We always appreciate your support, sir. Thank you so much. To give this honor, I request Kuril sir to kindly come up on stage and kindly honor chairman sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin, for everything and coming over here and taking this initiative. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are keeping a very short question answer sessions where all the stakeholders, BIS, MHI, and the testing laboratories speakers are invited on the dais. Kindly come. Now I request Rahul Vishkarma from BIS to kindly come. Basudev Murthy sir from CPRI and Gaurav Joshi sir from MHI to kindly come up on stage. So this is a great opportunity for the participants to directly ask your queries and questions to relevant stakeholders, please.
Good afternoon. I have two questions. Under part 3, there are two products like one is changeover switch and others are like switch is disconnected as DVTC. But under part 3, there is no word mentioned as a changeover. So whether this product should be covered under part 3 or it should be covered under part 6. That is one question. And the second question is when we are testing the enclosed switches under part 3. So my normal understanding is that unenclosed switch of the same design should be covered by the same test report. But laboratory where we are testing, they have the different view of accepting it. So they want to test both the things. While our ITHE is the same, our parameters do not change with the enclosed or unenclosed, they are same. So in these two questions, I would like to have clarity from you. Thank you.
Regarding the first question, that is changeover switch or the transfer switch. If If you are declaring it as a transfer switch, there is a separate part for the transfer switches. It is a
Many other manufacturers are using is mostly changeover switch. It could be MCB type or different. So that is.
But the functions are same, no? Whether it is
function is same.
I think then we have to test as per the part 6 only. I think part 3 doesn't cover this changeover or transfer switches.
Okay.
So if there is a separate standard, I think we need to refer that particular standard.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the enclosed switch, that is switch with enclosure or without enclosure? Okay.
It should cover the ratings, sales ratings without.
Okay. That means switch tested with an enclosure should cover the. Okay. This aspect I will just look into it, and we will discuss this in our ET07 and we will come to a conclusion.
But till the time we need to wait.
Meeting may happen shortly.
Yeah.
Give me some time. I will also go through the standard and I will just come back to you in this.
Okay, thank you.
Right now I cannot give an immediate decision. Give me some time. Definitely I will.
Hello. So this is Narendra from Eton. Sorry.
Yeah.
So this is Narendra from Eton. So my question is to the CPRI, right? So as per the FAQ, if some testing has been done in the last 5 years, it can be considered in the CPRI consideration, right? So, but in the last 5 years, we have done some testing in the ECB as per IEC.
Okay.
But as per the CPRI guideline, it has to be as per IES or the IEC. Even though the testing remains the same, it doesn't matter for the testing procedure and all these things. So, how to include that test report in the CPRI, taking the IES also in the test report?
If the test requirements are same, I think it can be considered, but finally it is up to the BAS because they are the licensing authority. So we have already tested and we have given the report. So we cannot change the report. There was this question was there in the last workshop also.
So now question to the BAS.
Yeah. So finally you have to take it up with the BAS.
So I take the opportunity here again to ask the same question.
Yes. So I think BAS should resolve.
Rahul is there. Yeah. Rahul, you can answer that question.
If CPRI has tested your product as per IEC standard,
right,
just approach CPRI, and if both the standards are same, CPRI will give you a writing that the standards are same, sir, testing parameters are same, and we are accepting that report, sir. Because we are not the body to demonstrate whether the IEC version and the IS version both testing requirements are same. If you can get the clarification from CPRI that IS and IEC both are same, we'll accept the same IEC report and process your application.
So what is the final answer to me now?
But that is written in the National Forward of Indian Standard itself that it is a copy of IEC 609.
I know that, but it is QCO has given us something else order that should be tested as per IS obligations. You have tested as per IC. So there must be some body who should verify that the IS and IC versions are same. And the CPRI has tested, ERDA has tested that version of IC. They will write it. Only the lab can clear it. Yeah. Only the lab can clear it.
Maybe we can give email confirmation, but
That's the email confirmation.
That is good enough.
Okay. Hello. Next, my next.
So I have another question here, right? So as again to the CPRI. So today we are discussing about the timeline and all those kind of things, right? There was a lot of debate, right? 15 days, 3 months, or 5 months, right? So my question to the CPRI is that what is the action? What is the kind of plan they have to improve the test lab so that that 15 days time, what you are mentioning, right, which is 3 months as per us, to reduce 15 days to the 5 days or 10 days, because something can be done parallel, 2 or 3 tests can be done parallelly. So as per CPO 947-2, can you tell us what is the plan in the next 3 months to 6 months to reduce this timelines?
Yeah. So as far as the short circuit is concerned, it will not take much time. That's what we have experienced. So we can have parallel, testing as far as the short circuit is. We can accommodate more number of samples The bottleneck is in the post short circuit test, like electrical engineering, that is operational performance, and then we have the other temperature rise and all those things. Probably we will make a parallel testing facilities to widen this gap, that is bottleneck portion, so that we can speed up the testing activity.
Yeah.
So that way it should not be a great challenge for CPRI. So we will look into it, and then we will create a parallel test facility, especially for the supplementary test, not the short circuit.
The challenge is supplementary also.
Yeah,
It is not
yeah,
a big
yeah.
challenge, it is matter of
Especially
time only.
Yeah, especially
Only sequence 1 and the
sequence 1 and sequence
other follow-up
yes,
test.
definitely.
Sequence 2.
We are also gearing up with all the new equipments, and also the parallel facilities also we are creating, and we are coming up with a lab in Nasik also. So soon it will be operational. So there also we can have testing.
Nasik lab will cover the LV.
Yeah, also. Yeah. Presently we are in the stage of buying the transformer. So soon, maybe within a matter of 6 months time, we should be able to install the low voltage transformer, so that we can do the low voltage switchgear product testing also. So immediately we can do the high voltage switchgear testing. So only the low voltage it will take maybe maximum 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my next question to Mr. Rahul Vishkarma. I'm asking if we have going for FMCS, foreign manufacturing license, but we are doing testing in our premises in India. Is it allowed or it's okay? In the test lab in India?
Your lab is?
In India, but we are going for foreign manufacturing license.
But your lab is not recognized by BIA?
No, as the manufacturer lab. We have NABL accredited lab, but not for this particular part, but we can go for it. But my question is, if we can do the testing as a manufacturer lab in India and go for a license in foreign manufacturing.
You send me your query to CMD3 at the rate. I will ask my seniors and we'll have a discussion over it.
Okay.
Then only we can comment on anything.
So you want to use our facilities to check whatever is happening there?
We have kind of testing facility in India, but for the foreign license.
Okay. But you send your query and mark also in the child copy.
Okay.
Sir, good evening, sir. So we are manufacturing some breakers that are designed as per the UL standards, and we have tested according to UL standards, and we are marking the UL logo on the breakers. They are not as per the IC standards. Okay, so as per that, our guidelines has been released. Now we cannot manufacture the breakers as per 60947-2, and we cannot sell them. But as per the UL breakers, can we sell them?
In India?
Yes, sir.
No. No.
But it is not as per the IC, as per the UL standards. It is separate standards. So
for India, you have to adopt the IS oblique IC version to sell it in the market of India.
But also customers have demand as per the UL standards specifically for the breakers.
Yeah, you can do it in addition testing, but you have to take the license for IS oblique IC 60947. You can go ahead with UL marking also, but you have to take a license for IS oblique IC. Okay. That is a prerequisite of the QC. You cannot sell your product or manufacture or buy or anything for MCB.
And so one more question. We are manufacturing thermal overload release, TOLRs. So they are as per the 4-1 and 5-1 both standards we are marking on the release. Okay, but in the product guidelines which we had received, in that there is no mention specifically for the TOLRs. Because TOLR don't have specific test sequences. Test sequences are for starters as well as contactors, not specifically for TOLRs. TOLR only one test in the standard. So how to proceed? Because we are selling individually TOLRs in the market.
Or in which phase it is covered actually? Because in 27 that UL starters are there, wherein it is like in combination of contactor and TOLRs. So will it cover in that phase or how to address that?
relays are covered in part dash one only.
Yes.
Yeah.
But sir, when we receive the product guidelines, like from the BSI, BIS or MHI, the product guidelines which we receive, they are defining specifically for the contactors or the starters. There is no specific descriptions for the individual TOLs like thermal roller relays. Because contactors have test sequences 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 which you have to follow. And starters also cover in that one. But thermal overload relays will not fall under the specific test sequence as an individual. They will only have the tripping characteristics, ABCD clauses. In the one clause will be there which is for thermal overload relay and the standard itself. So how to proceed for the testing or like certification of only alone thermal overload relays?
It can some manufacturers if they sell he is asking is if they are selling only the thermal overload relay, then
It's not the part of the individual part.
We are selling sir as individual product. We are manufacturing but the starters have deadline of 2027 right now. Okay, so after 10th May 2025, can we sell relays alone and standard?
That is very well addressed.
It's difficult to give answer on that's what I believe. You send this query, we will find out what can be done for it.
If it is a part of 4-1 or 5-1, 4-1, you go ahead with 4-1, and whichever test will be applicable on that relay will be tested, and you will get the license for thermal overload. This is the thing that is like this is a product. It might not have all the sequences necessary to be tested on it. It will have some. IS itself has given it a exemption of testing for 4 or 5 parameters. So that 4 or 5 parameters will be tested by CPRI for you. You will, based on that report, you will apply for BS certificate and you will get a license for 4-1.
Please take the mic.
So, I'm Rajiv from Schneider. So, in -4-1 is scope of license, which is there in the product manual, the guidance not released. There is no reference to thermal overload at the product classification wise. So, even if some manufacturer tested, they cannot get the license because that product classification was not listed.
Actually, that guidelines, what have been prepared and hosted, is basically it's a dynamic guideline. Till MHI notifies, it is in a gadget form for grouping guideline. Look, the grouping guidelines in grouping guideline it is not mentioned, as well as in scope of license you are saying.
In standard also the classification you don't have.
Standard and in standard also the scope does not say specific about TOLR.
No. Yes, because this TOLR was like a part of starter, which is used as a component starter. Only the total characteristics is verified.
You answered the question itself.
Question is if some manufacturer is not manufacturing starter, only relay as a component.
So whatever applicable test
starter applicable standard है जो भी test applicable होगा वो test करवा के उसमें license मिलेगा.
Sir, has to leave, so. Very interesting interaction is going on. Please, you can continue. Time is there, and whatever your queries are there,
even apart from this today's meeting also, whatever your the difficulties are there, the suggestions are there, you are all welcome. And it's about the improvement of the facility, improvement of the system, improvement of the procedure, and we are always there for the industry. Okay, we will do our level best what is possible. We will not hesitate to spend any amount of the investment whatever is required to expedite this the implementation of the quality procedure, quality control order. Okay, if the parallel facilities has to be set up, we'll set up the parallel facility. I already instructed my officers to identify where are the gaps are there. Apart from that, from your side also, I welcome all your suggestions. And if you are finding any difficulty, you can directly write. Okay, you can directly write to Dr. Mr. Vasudev, or you can even write to directly to me or any our inquiry is there on the inquiry at CPRI.in or domestic at CPRI.in. Whatever the mail ID you find it, you can write it to. You can directly write to the DG at CPRI.in. So your all suggestions are welcome. And we hope that, okay, we all together, we take this country forward and make it developed country. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sir, my question is Gaurav Joshi, sir. Yeah. So regarding implementation of phase 2. Yeah. Sir, question to you. Regarding implementation of phase 2, we got the clarity from the ministry, from your side, from BIS, Mr. Rahul, in the lab, different lab also. But still, so many challenges are there for getting the implementation. So, how do you proceed to meet the deadline? So, is any extension from your side? Just please.
I was reading the presentation of Mr. Devtaru, and it shows that license to be applied by manufacturer in domestic are 46 in this space. License to be applied for FMCS 41, and the total licenses are the same. So I would suggest that unless you apply for licenses, we cannot come to know how much orders are there on testing labs, how many they have completed, and how much order on hand. It's just like your business. How many orders supplied, how many, and then also forecast for testing agency, because they need to set up their facility on how many parallel lines they have to do, how long this schedule will remain. Is it only 2-3 months task, or whether it's going to remain for years and years? So I would suggest that we will take decision, but at the moment there is no situation I see where testing labs are coming and saying that this is too much. We are not able to handle it. I believe that the situation should be different. Situation should be you take a target that by this month end I will make sure I apply for all the licenses. Some people will say no, this month it's not possible, it's almost impossible for us to get to that level. I would suggest then they apply at least till 30th of March. So that, like last time we did it, 30th September was a deadline, and whoever applied before 30th September, CPRI worked Saturday, Sunday, ERDA worked 3 shifts, and they made it happen. So in government, the deadline is the pressure. It's not a private industry that you are handling where you would go on the, you have the specific way of working, then you will add the resources when you see there is a demand and supply, then you will remove the people and then you will do headcount crunch. It's a different industry, it's based on principles. Principle means that right work should be done and right work requires time. So I would suggest that industry should give a forecast, apply for the licenses as soon as possible. And if we see certain things cannot be done, MHI will take a decision. But at the moment, I don't have data to say that this is not happening. At the moment, data says that the applications are not coming. So you have to apply early because there will be queue. At last, everybody will jump in. So whoever has all the setup done, they can expedite and apply for testing and then apply to BIS so that required information is available in system. And best way to get this information is to have a dashboard from your application to testing labs till the time you get all the product certification in your hand. We do not have that product where we do not see where are the things stuck. Is it stuck for the taking into the lab, whether it is stuck for the testing, what kind of testings are pending. So this requires, you guys are from very developed companies where you have dashboards for each stage. And I believe that kind of staging when we do, we have the visibility, and once the visibility is available, technology is available, our Prime Minister says we have to use technology as much as possible. And I was pushing EMA to create this dashboard, but EMA also says technology is difficult. So I would suggest that some of you must be knowing how to handle portals, how to handle data, and some of you can work together, create a members who can work with EMA and dashboard from end to end. We should have a visibility, and when there is a data visible to everybody, especially for regulators, the action should be taken. So I believe we will take for you at the moment to apply before 30th of March if you want to go for the deadline, and leave rest of the things to us.
Thank you, sir.
So we are now closing this question answer session. Thank you, sir. The last question, sir, please.
Yeah, take it Adwar from Superman. Normally, most of the manufacturer write 60947-3 on changeover, manual changeover switches. So what to do for that? Because just now I understood for manual changeover switches, we have to go by -6.
It is covered under part 6 as sir said only.
I think many of the manufacturer we write -3 also. It's compliant. Normally automatic changeover switch -6. But I'm talking about MTSE.
Whatever you will declare, the product will be tested as per that standard only. If you declare it as per part 4-1, I will test it as per part 4-1. If it fails, then you will not get a license.
It means if we are declaring -3, then we have to,
You have to get it
apply for
as per
-3, right?
And if you are declaring it as per -6, you have to test it as per -6.
All right. I thanks all the participants and the speakers on the desk. Especially thanks to Gaurav Joshi sir, Vasudev Murthy sir, and Rahul Vishwakarma sir from BAS. Now we are concluding this question answer session. Thank you, sir. With this, I request now the chairman of Low Voltage Switchgear Division. Yeah, I request Mr. Tushar sir to kindly come up on stage and show some slides and presentation of MHA. Yeah.
Okay. No, it is rather than looking for way forward, it is rather than a concluding slides for all that how we have made this progress till date and how we are looking inputs from your side to make it more streamlined and user friendly or say manufacturer friendly implementation with respect to the QCO. So most of us know that ministry has issued a QCO and it is covered under scheme 10. BIS is the certification and enforcement agency. Till date, from 22 first amendment, then second amendment, and then the product specific grouping guidelines has been released by MHI and sorry. Okay, and these are the timelines with respect to different standards, products, and the ratings which are covered under the different pieces. But for us, it was a very technical journey in terms of understanding the industry in the real term, and also to develop the whole ecosystem for the industry for a manufacturer friendly and QCO framework. Just suppose, just to give a recap, that we have started the whole journey in 2018 with pre-consultation where the quality, safety and other concerns were raised by manufacturer itself that the Indian market is flooded by the substandard product. So we have started to identify product where the problem relies. Then we will move on to 2019, where three major categories were considered, including high voltage, low voltage, and the power segmented converters, which were covering around 21 of the standards. And then a draft was prepared after a long consultation of 1 year in 2020, where and we are not gone for one scheme, we have also considered other schemes as well. So basically, three drafts were considered during the finalization of basic electrical equipment quality control order in the year 2020, where safety, quality, and testing were concerned. And we decided to go with the low voltage switchgear for a first phase of implementation of the out of 21, and we selected the 8 standard on the basis of quality. Then we finalized the draft with industry consultation, where all the ministries, industry associations, key manufacturers were there, and everybody was there. After the consultation, we have prepared it, notified in WTO, placed for 2 months for the public comment. Once we receive no comments from the manufacturer or anybody, then we process it for the final notification. So in 2020 November, we have notified it. With this, all the evidence standard were covered in scheme 2, and initially 1 year timeline was given up to November 21. Then, interestingly, nobody has put it their right concern as correctly speak means correctly highlighted that the devil lies in the detail. So no one ready to share the detail first, but after they have raised their concern due to the implementation deadlines, then with related to the large product portfolios that the QCO means the low voltage switchgear is an entirely wide range of product covering wide varieties, rating, and all are there with respect to the product grouping, lab capabilities. So, ministry has formed a technical committee to discuss all the technicalities of the product in detail to streamline the implementation with respect to the domestic and domestic manufacturers and international concerns are there, and all the things were discussed in detail. And then industry, the technical committee constitutes of industry association, BIS lab, MSME, Ministry of Power, DPIT, DOC, means all the stakeholders were there to listen to all the concern raised by the manufacturers and the other parties for the effective implementation. Then it was decided that we should go into detail. So we have formed 2 committees. One is with respect to the grouping, and second is with respect to the testing. And then 1 year time was decided to complete all our activities, and these are just the process. In 21 we have finalized the grouping that how many product will be covered in the entire timeline phase. Many of the manufacturers and many of the dignitaries present over here talked about the 65-year timeline. So that was the concern, that how to reduce this timeline, because 65 years is a means entire lifetime, and we don't have an entire lifetime to see the execution. So that's the concept of the product grouping came out over there. That whatever the simplification can be done in terms of avoid unnecessary testing or repetitive testing, can we do it? So the point is yes, but how? So the manufacturer come with the idea, and we also pushed a little bit to present us the details. Because without the details, without the fact sheets, without the technicalities, if you will not be able to present your case, we will not be able to advocate for you or support for you. So then the whole thing came into the picture, and then in 2022 we simplified the groupings, and also with respect to the testing, what are the testings are possible, how we can confirm that essential testings for with respect to the product quality has not been compromised during the simplification process. All things were done. In 2022, final proposal came from the industry, that industry, and also in consultation with BIS labs, we finally decided to move over to scheme 10, which is more flexible in terms of um, product testing, the standard requirement that we can relax some of the tests, where the testing is not feasible in India or sufficient test facility is not there. Thereafter, the draft was also guideline. Draft was finalized, and then in May 23, finally we released the first amendment of the QCU, which consists of scheme 10, relaxing the testing guidelines, and all the things were there. And we also published this on our website for the public comments, at least for 15 days. But still, no suggestion was came at that duration as well. In the 23 notified, 4A timeline was released for circuit breaker part 1, and for the remaining 7 standards, we have decided to go again with the similar to the phase implementation, and with respect to the grouping guidelines, what we have done in this case of circuit breaker. So thereafter, the technical committee, and specifically with respect to 4-2, 4-3, and 5-2, unfortunately, nobody has came to us that we are having any sort of a trouble in doing the groupings. So we rest it to the manufacturers that if you want to do that, you please do that, and also it reduces our burden a little bit on pushing too much on the grouping guidelines for these 3 products. But all other groupings was prepared, and then phase-wise implementation was also prepared, and then we also reviewed on the request of manufacturers with respect to the phase 1 timelines. So we reviewed the whole process. But let me tell you, after a certain time, everybody's word do not carry so much of weightage. So the point is, whenever the people come to us, kindly come with a data specific proposal, similar to in case of the reviewing of timelines for phase 1. Means manufacturer knows that it would took a long consultation and vetting from the BIS and CA for the reviewing of the timeline. So we have done that, and the cutoff date is very important with respect to implementation. What we feel, because without the cutoff date, nobody has really came to go for the seriousness. Means cutoff date gives you a seriousness that this is our final chance to apply. After that, we will be in trouble. So that is there. And in November, so the after that, again 6 months of extension was given. We released FAQs, revised the latest. Also, with respect to the draft guidelines, we revised the standards, and in the with from May 24, after phase means after second amendment order was released, and we have done the awareness workshop, we also faced some implementation challenges in terms of labeling related issues, in terms of import related issues, in terms of foreign licensing related issues. Everything was there. So once they came to us with a fact figure, and also I would like to thank Rahul sir is here, Rahul Vishwakarma sir is here, another Rahul sir is here, labs from Murthy sir is here, Madhusudan sir is here. Everybody has worked together to actually identify the specific problem and then resolve it within the given time frame. So it was really a great support from all the stakeholders, and I would like to have a cheers for them, because their support has made it possible to implement the first phase by November 24. So then we have done this thing, and with respect to November 24 as well, we also, in terms of import, we know that import is a little bit tricky, because the most stringent part means most stringent implementation is at the customs or at the borders. So we have also issued advisory to customs with respect to the identification, or we are also in continuously touch with the customs to deal any sort of an issue. And we also formed a technical clarification committee. If anything has shipped already, we will ready to address your concern, and the procedures are available on the MHI website itself. With respect to 24 and 25, for the challenges of phase 2, so with respect to the product manuals are issued, and soon the guidelines will also be notified in Gazette, so there will be no problems at all. But all the details And if you want to see the non-gazetted guidelines, they are available on the MHI website, and in a very precise manner, where you will find all the links, and in very detailed and precise way that where to look it, how to look it. So that is there, and we have also made a target by ourselves that we will conclude all the reviewing process by 30th of January this time. So we will have a fair idea that what kind of a support industry requires for phase 2. So we will like to request you to kindly send your inputs. So it would really, but it should be in terms of real facts and figures. Means not in terms of general concern. So if you give us the real facts and figures, so we will definitely ensure that your concerns were addressed on the time. So the next is what key steps MHI has taken with the support of BIS, UL, CPRI, ERDA, and all with respect to the implementation of this QCO. And the support includes the extension of 3 years. Product specific means initially, if you see, there were 8 product standard. So if we consider in terms of implementation aspect, it will be the 8 products. But we have grouped them into 26 products, including the phase timeline means phase by timeline of 4 years. Relax some special testing, just like AMC or special NX test up to 26. And then reduce sample and simplified testing requirements with our product grouping guidelines, closely coordinating with BRs, labs for expediting the process. Whomsoever is involved in the process definitely knows the process of ministry, that if your test, your sample is reached to the lab, your QR is generated, your payment has been done, and you have given the labs to sufficient time what they have committed. If you are still feeling the delays, you kindly reach to us. We will definitely make sure that your product is well tested and well within the QCO timelines, and also you will get your license within the timelines. So that is that. And with respect to the other part, customs and all, we have already formed a technical clarification committee for expediting the issuance of clarification in case of customs. Advisory have been already issued to the customs, and for identification and coverage of the product. Issuance of the self-explanatory clarification, we have also made a one-page junction at MHI's website, where you can see all the details at one page itself. If you see over there is a link. If you can go to the home announcement and then electrical equipment quality control order, all clarifications are there, including your day 1 to till date. So if you see, with respect to the product grouping guidelines, everybody is talking a lot about the product grouping guidelines. Product grouping guidelines has been already updated, and it is available on the MHI website. If you see the first link of the MHI's product grouping guideline, second is the product manual released by BIS. You can just go through it. Every detail is there, and you just apply for the license. Nobody is stopping you from applying for the license except you. That is our submission over here. And with respect to the support, it is very important to understand that the ministry also means for 1 year, you can say that we are assessing the things. For 2 years, we still means take your inputs and decide on the basis of some sort of a data and some sort of assessment or estimation or guesstimation, we say. But when it comes to down the line of after 3 years, then guesstimations or assumptions doesn't work properly. We need strong data to actually address the strong problem, and also to optimize our resources in terms of implementation. If you see, we have also challenged, and we have also faced some sort of a dedicated challenge in the past, where everybody has proposed X number of estimations, not with respect to this QCO, because in this QCO, many of the all the industry and every stakeholder has very closely coordinated with each other. But with respect to the others, we have saw that in initial there was X number of X numbers was proposed. Then at the time of drafting, it reduced to X minus Y. And at the time of implementation, it reduced to X minus Y minus Z. So what is the actual situation? Means everybody has the limited resources. Every country has their limited resources, and you have to optimize your resources. Until unless we get a data specific concern or data specific problems, we cannot optimize the resources. Nobody can does. Even though any individual company, any individual organization cannot do that. So we require a data specific inputs from you. Definitely we will do the things. Second is excellent actionable solutions. Normally people come to us and ask for exemption or relaxation. Don't ask for exemption and relaxation. To find a way out, we need actionable solutions from you. The implementation is for you, by you, and no, not for exactly for you. It's for nation, by you, and for all of us. So the thing is, you are in a better position to suggest your actionable solution. So if you give us, we will definitely work on that. And proactive collaboration. Every time, normally what happens that most of the industry people come after the implementation or just at the end of the implementation. If you come to us on the drafting stage or just a little bit beyond before, so we will be able to cater your problems more effectively. The timely submission, it is a very big challenge for us or all that we don't we send reminders to all to send us the information. And again, with respect to timeline, normally people come to just before a little, giving a little time to us to react. So as you also means from the manufacturer, just you require a timeline to process and then action. We also require time to process and action, to process your information and then propose active initiatives and solutions. And the last is stay informed and keep all people informed. So we have made single points for your information. So I would like to request everybody to please keep all means all within the organization or outside the organization, whoever is involved with the QC related activity, keep him informed so that the implementation and streamline the data flow and all the we get the information, so we will be able to help you out. So that is my final submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tushar sir. Now I request Chairman sir to kindly come and kindly honor our speaker, Mr. Tushar Srivastava.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, sir. And now I have an announcement to make for the tomorrow CPRI lab visit. We are planning to like those members who already have applied for lab visit for tomorrow. They are requested to gather at entry gate at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and we are planning to visit short circuit lab, high voltage lab, and high power lab. So you all are requested to be there on time. Thank you so much. Now I request Chairman sir for the final remarks of the workshop, please.
Thank you, Navdeep. Before I conclude this workshop, I would like to call Navdeep on the stage to thank him very much, because he is an icon and a pivot for all the activities which is happening under low voltage division, especially specifically for quality control orders. We were there online till 1:30 a.m. today morning, so I think we need some appreciation for me as well. I request Mr. Gaurav Joshi ji to come on the stage and facilitate Navdeep. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Navdeep. Well, last leg, is always a thank you remark, but I would like to ask everyone, like, the objective of this workshop has been met or not. To me, it's 100% met. And I think we know each other now. We are very close because of this workshop. So the forum is open to interact individually. Please do not wait that, some miracle will happen or like things will move. We have to move and we have to come closer to, all the stakeholders, BIS, MHI, of course, all the labs are there. I really appreciate, the kind of labs have given their commitment, the kind of investment Mr. Salve was talking about, anything you need, we have. ERDA has come up, great activities and they have upgraded their, lab testing facilities. UL is on the card. So manufacturing labs are also there. So what do we need? Today we have got 9 labs and we started which there were just 2. So I think things are improving. Mr. Gaurav Joshi talked about applying for the license. Of course, that is a very important factor to proceed on this new deadline for May 25. Without data, whatever we need to do will not be possible. So I request all the manufacturers to apply on the line. Though I don't know what would the deadline talked about. Applying on the license, we were talking about for 30th March, but this has to happen. Again, when we talk about, Commissioner talked about the kind of impact industry will have. Whether, as a manufacturer, if we are not able to get a license for one contractor or one small MCB, the entire operations in terms of sales, in terms of, catering to the infrastructure stops. If we calculate in terms of revenue, there's a great loss because if a manufacturer does not have a license, is not able to produce the product, and you talk about people sitting in the factories, the workers, the revenue, and the crores and crores of rupees are going into quality control orders. So that is one aspect of quality control orders which is revealed outside this workshop. From everyone, from the manufacturer's point of view, from the investment point of view, from their budget point of view. So that also has to be looked very seriously on this. Well, timelines are critical. We'll try to do everything best we can do, but MHI has to be godfather on that. So please look into that areas. And again, appreciate the efforts from BIS. Mr. Rahul talked about new initiative of BIS. I think, we were never expecting that. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. A big round of applause to BIS and whatnot. Still, we have given you all the dignitaries sitting on the table. You had our question and answers session we had. If something is left over, as from EMA, I could just say things are not very far. Please stand up and approach the stakeholders. Don't leave it that something will come automatically or EMA will give you any discourse. Websites are there. Everything has been listed on those websites. Things, if you want, just put an email or talk to the stakeholders and get the things done. Apart from this, still, anybody has got any questions or something is in the hot memory, we can take a last question and then wind up the session. And in the end, I would like to request Mr. Gaurav Joshi to come to the stage and from his perspective, say a word of thanks. That was not a part of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining in this workshop. This has been a very engaging session because this community defines the lives of thousands and thousands of people who are in production and different areas of supply chain. And the responsibility of this group also becomes bigger because when you are such an important stakeholder in a workshop, it means that your all actions should be towards ensuring that things happen on time. And things happen on time when, as I mentioned earlier, your feet move, your hands do the right job, and your eyes say that yes, this is rightly happening, and your brain gives that function that I need to adapt certain things to ensure that hand-eye coordination is like Sevak. So I believe if we want to become Sevak of this EEQCO, we need to ensure that we move as a body, we move as a unit. We are not separate people that this is industry, this is CPRI, this is ERDA, and this is BIS. No, we are all one industry which is working for Make in India. And this is what is the aim, that Make in India is a project. It is not a QCO. It is a Jana Bhagidari. It means that everybody becomes a partner. Nowadays, you have seen that many of the roles are changing from director to partner. What it means is that you are no more a director who gives directions, because that your data shows where are the things lagging. Right now, the target is to become a partner who is shoulder to shoulder with you, who is there with you, who has any troubles, he will ask what can I do for this and move forward. I believe this can only happen when we work together and become partners. So I would suggest that you apply for licenses and keep rest of the things for CPRI, testing labs, BIS and MHI to look into. You do your job and MHI will do their job. So that is what is the closing remark. There is no big magic wand for this. The magic wand is in our hand, and if we move forward, it will happen. So thanks a lot for joining, and we expect that this QCO is for next 4 years. So whatever things we do right in the start will become a monument of success, that how to handle QCO. So I believe this should become a way how the QCO should be handled in the overall industry. So I believe we can do that, and thanks a lot for coming here, and thanks organizers for having this workshop. Special thanks for CPRI for hosting us, because handling such workshop, handling such logistics, as I mentioned, is a quite a tremendous task. Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you, Gauravji. We take your words. We conclude this workshop, and thank you so much for attending it. The next date of the workshop will announce very soon. But Suresh talked about our general input, like doing something online. We can look into that. And with this, thanks again, and thanks for coming to Bangalore for attending this workshop. Thank you so much.